Chapter 1, Wang Ye 1. Eastern Base City, West Camp Medical Room. When Wang Ye gradually came to, he felt a throbbing and piercing pain in his head. Smelling the pungent smell of disinfectant in the air, he propped himself up with great effort, feeling as if all the bones in his body were broken. Where was this place? A hospital? He didn't attend any social events yesterday and had rejected invitations from all his female friends. He had only worked overtime for 3 nights and had not slept for 72 hours, and just because of that, he fainted? Weak. He had to train his body properly later. Wang Ye's gaze swept across the blue curtains separating the hospital beds, as well as the ECG monitor at the side. The white blanket covering his body had the word West Camp printed on it. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Following this, he lowered his head to look at himself, then stretched out his hands again. Looking at the fair and slender arms, his breathing quickened. He had transmigrated. The moment Wang Ye came to his senses, the stabbing pain in his head intensified, and memories flooded into his mind. Wang Ye, male, 18 years old, a resident of the Eastern Base City in Huaxia. On July 1, 2050, he was recruited into the Evolution Camp as a student of the West Camp's 101st batch in Class 23. This was a parallel world that was very similar to the Blue Planet. However, the development of technology was slightly slower, and the era of artificial intelligence did not appear. Instead, on July 7, 2045, a devastating catastrophe occurred. A blinding red light suddenly appeared without any warning, exploding all over the world and completely subverting the original order of Blue Planet. 10 cosmic monsters descended from the sky, wantonly destroying and killing as if they wanted to destroy the entire world. Every country tried their best to stop the monsters but failed. Not even nuclear bombs could kill them, let alone missiles. The ocean turned blood red, and red rain fell from the sky. The animals and plants on Blue Planet began to mutate. Most of them died in the barbaric evolution, but those who survived became especially terrifying, gradually turning into creatures like the monsters that fell from the sky. Doomsday had arrived. This is hopeless. Wang Ye massaged his swollen temples. As a man who worked in a large factory, he quickly sorted out his thoughts, recognized reality, and was ready to accept everything. The sound of the ward door opening rang in his ears. Then, hurried footsteps sounded, and the curtains were pulled open. A female doctor with a beautiful face and an impressive figure in a white coat arrived with 2 nurses. After checking his body condition, the female doctor looked over calmly. "Do you still remember what happened?" "No," Wang Ye thought for a moment before saying. "You were attacked by a mutated monster when you were training in the wild. Your life was on the line. Fortunately, an evolver passed by and saved you." The female doctor seemed to be talking about a very ordinary matter when she suddenly paused. "But you have bruises and external injuries all over your body, and the back of your head was hit hard. Maybe the actual combat sparring was too harsh," Wang Ye said simply and asked, "Do you know who the evolver who saved me is? I'd like to thank him in person after I recover. It's Captain Song from the rescue team, Song Shirwei." "You don't have to thank her," the female doctor said. "Then I can only devote myself to her," Wang Ye sighed. "You wish?" The female doctor glanced at him. "If you can joke, then there's no big problem. Rest well for a few days. If you remember anything, I can help you tell the instructor." "Thank you," Wang Ye smiled. "Dr. Shu, you're such a kind and beautiful person." Dr. Shu lowered her head and looked at the employee ID card on her huge breasts. She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. After the 2 nurses finished cleaning up, they closed the curtains and went to the next bed. Under the dim light, the smile on Wang Ye's face slowly disappeared. Leaning against the pillow behind him, his eyes flickered. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Eastern Base City maintained its normal operations. The evolution camps were built at the edge of the city, making it convenient to fight monsters and protect the base city. There were a total of 4 evolution camps, 1 each in the east, south, west, and north. They were equipped with a large number of firearms. After the facial recognition was successful, Wang Ye entered the basement of the West Camp. The students' dormitories and training grounds were all underground. Only after successfully receiving the evolution drug and becoming an evolver could one enter the ground level, protect the base city, and participate in various rescue operations and missions. In 3 days, not only had his body recovered, but he also learned more about this world through the internet. Every era had different rules of survival. In ancient times, it was power. In the modern world, it was money. In this future where human lives were as insignificant as grass, it was strength. If one couldn't become an evolver, never mind whether one could survive under the claws of the monsters, one would even be bullied by the strong. Crack! Wang Ye returned to his dorm. The 15-square-meter room wasn't big. On the left was a single bed, on the right a desk and a laptop and a washroom at the end. Although it was small, it had everything. Although it was his first time here, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After tidying up the messy bed, Wang Ye took his phone and started a video call. "Hello, Mom. Yes, I'm fine. In the dormitory. No need. I have enough money. All right. Take care of yourself and take good care of little sis. I'll be back in a month." "Okay." I'm hanging up. The original owner of the body was the second oldest in the family. His elder brother was working while his little sister was still in school. His family was originally well off, but since the catastrophe 5 years ago, their situation had been deteriorating. The pillar of the family, his father had gone missing without a trace. After the family moved to the eastern base city, they could only live frugally. Even so, Wang Ye still envied the original owner of this body. Chapter 2 Wang Ye 2. No matter how hard life was, there were some things that money couldn't buy. When Wang Ye was young, he had never experienced the warmth of a family. When he grew up, he wanted to support his parents, but they were dead. Perhaps it was because he felt regretful, which was why he liked girls very much. "Don't worry. I'll take good care of your family for you." Wang Ye looked at the family photo on the desk and said softly. This was the only thing he could do for the original owner of the body. The moment he transmigrated, he knew what had happened and how the original owner of this body had died. It was because of the evolution fruit. The lucky original owner of this body had accidentally found an evolution fruit while training in the wild. He was overjoyed and took a photo to share in the group chat of Class 23. In the end, he died halfway back to the camp. Holding a treasure is a sin. Yu Haitao's 4 underlings had beat him up ruthlessly in the wild. If it wasn't for the fact that an evolver happened to stumble across him, the original owner of this body's corpse would have probably been eaten by mutated monsters. In the evolution camps where the death rate was as high as 33%, death was too common. Every day, countless students died in the wilderness. Not only was Yu Haitao strong, but he was also very smart. He did not show his face the entire time. The ones who attacked were his underlings. Of course, Wang Ye could tell the instructor, but the best outcome he would get from doing so was that the 4 people who injured him in the wild would be punished. If that happened, he would attract an even faster and fiercer revenge from Yu Haitao, and things would get out of hand. If Yu Haitao was ruthless enough, he could just kill one of his underlings in the wild and frame him. With the existing conflict between them, he would not be able to explain himself. Once he was detained, it would be difficult to turn things around. Wang Ye had been in the workplace for many years and held a high position. Other than his own ability and hard work, he had never been a kind person. He was a very straightforward person. If someone was kind to him, he would repay the other party. If there was enmity, he would definitely take revenge. But not now. After I become an evolver, I will settle the scores. Wang Ye naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Yu Haitao was ruthless and definitely not a good person. He had already been ruthless once, so there was a good chance that he would do it again. After all, Wang Ye was just an ordinary person with no power or influence. There was only one way to protect himself and even take revenge for the original owner of this body. To cultivate, Wang Ye changed into a set of loose clothes. He pushed the chair under the table to make room. Then, he began to cultivate the life evolution technique. This magical evolution technique was from the moon web. It could change the genomes, enhance the human body in all aspects, and even expand the brain. In 4 months and 20 days, The original owner of this body's physical fitness score had increased from 10 points, the standard for ordinary people, to 36 points, which was about the level of a fitness enthusiast. With this score, he could be considered great among ordinary people but was only below average in the evolution camp. There was still a huge gap to the graduation standard of 60 points, the lowest score for one to be given the evolution drug. Out of the 100 students in class 23, 8 had already exceeded 60 points, including Yu Haitao. Every round of training in the evolution camp only lasted about half a year. Simply put, he only had 30 days left. With limited resources, there was only one chance to enter the evolution camp. If he did not reach the minimum standard to get the evolution drug within the remaining 30 days, he would probably never have the chance to become an evolver again. The hope was slim. The original owner's aptitude was very ordinary. God was fair. He gave him a handsome face that was 1 in a million, but he also deprived him of the possibility of other outstanding abilities. Wang Ye quickly used the life evolution technique. Something's not right. There was no warm current in his body, and his body did not change at all. Although he had already learned it in his mind and had some muscle memory, his attempts to truly use the technique were very incoherent and he hadn't grasped the details. What's the problem? Wang Ye pondered as he opened the standard tutorial video for the life evolution technique. Breathing. Wang Ye had a slight realization and continued practicing. Every time he practiced, he would review the entire process. Then, he would watch the standard video again, analyze the problems and shortcomings, and make improvements. Time passed slowly, and Wang Ye's movements became much more coherent. With muscle memory, he suddenly grasped the key point and entered a state. In an instant, it was as if he was between heaven and earth, floating everywhere like cosmic stardust and naturally absorbing cosmic energy. Whoosh! A warm current surged out of his body, nourishing and strengthening his body. It felt comfortable and natural. So this is the life evolution technique. Just as Wang Ye had this thought, the depths of his mind suddenly shook slightly as if it had been activated. A hazy light appeared in front of his eyes and slowly condensed into a light screen. 6. Wang Ye. Life level, initial life, cultivation technique, life evolution technique, beginner. Potential points, 1. Thud, thud. Wang Ye's heart raced as an indescribable surprise filled his heart. It was here. It was finally here. Wang Ye, who was familiar with web novels, naturally knew what it was. Transmigrators always had cheats. System cheat, treasure cheat, fortuitous encounter cheat, memory cheat, knowledge cheat. This was his personal talent. Potential points should be used to increase points for other aspects. Wang Ye quickly noticed the plus floating behind the life evolution technique, beginner, which was probably available for upgrade. The life evolution technique was divided into 5 levels: beginner, practiced, proficient, mastery, and perfection. The original owner had cultivated the technique to the practiced level, while the students of the evolution camp were at the proficient level on average. Life level. Wang Ye pondered. It should be related to the life evolution technique. Ordinary people are classified as initial life. After becoming evolvers, the life level will break through. In fact, it is the upper limit. But what does the 6 in front of my name mean? Why does it feel like it's scolding people? Wang Ye quickly figured out the abilities of his talent. The key point was how to increase potential points. Chapter 3. Wang Ye 3. Eat, pay, natural growth, or have sex. Wang Ye put the matter aside for the time being after some failed attempts. It wasn't a big problem since he would know when his potential points increased again. The most important thing now was to cultivate the life evolution technique. The higher the level of the evolution technique, the faster the improvement of one's physical fitness. If he could cultivate it to the mastery level and work harder, he might be able to reach the passing line to get the evolution drug in 30 days 60 points. He was a professional at working hard. Continue training and keep the 1 potential point for now. Wang Ye made his decision. With his muscle memory and practiced level of the life cultivation technique, it shouldn't take much time to master it again. Early in the morning, the phone rang. Wang Ye, who was cultivating, glanced at the phone. It was a call from Zhao Xiaoyu, the ex-girlfriend of the original owner of this body. Was it because he didn't reply to her message? He didn't have the time to do so. Wang Ye turned off his phone. As a normal man, he naturally liked pretty girls of all types. He liked cute girls, cool girls, and all sorts of other girls. He didn't want to work hard anymore. Unfortunately, now was not the time to slack off. He knew very well what he should do now, and that was to continue cultivating to upgrade his evolution technique. He even skipped his morning classes. Classes about actual combat, weapons, theories, and the rest were not important now. If his physical fitness did not meet the requirements for the evolution drug, all else would be useless. If he couldn't become an evolver, he could only return to the workplace and work hard. What was the use of earning millions then? He wouldn't even be able to afford the big houses in the base city. In this era, money was secondary. Becoming an evolver was the only answer to success. Wang Ye practiced the life evolution technique again and again, very focused. His movements were coherent and unrestrained. Suddenly, he had an epiphany, and his cultivation speed accelerated while the rhythm became clearer. As he breathed, wisps of cosmic energy entered his body. Life evolution technique, beginner practiced. He had broken through. The result of pulling an all-nighter. The potential points didn't increase, so it has nothing to do with the evolution technique. Wang Ye had tried many ways to increase his potential points while he was cultivating the life evolution technique, but he hadn't succeeded yet. His consciousness fell to the plus behind the life evolution technique. Do you wish to spend 1 potential point to upgrade the life evolution technique? Should he upgrade it or not? Wang Ye pondered. From the beginner level to the practice level, he had spent an entire night with his consciousness and muscle memory. With this, even if he cultivated without sleep or food, it would roughly take half a month for him to reach the proficient level from the practice level. He didn't have that much time. The higher the level, the more cosmic energy one could absorb when using the life evolution technique, and the faster one's body would be strengthened. Yes. The moment he confirmed it, a vague outline of a cube appeared in the depths of his mind. Then, a ray of light appeared and enveloped him. It was as if he had entered a deep space of consciousness, cultivating the life evolution technique over and over again. His speed accelerated, and his movements became increasingly skillful. Boom! He was enlightened. Wang Ye had a clearer understanding of the life evolution technique. His body naturally moved along with his breathing, becoming one with the world. The absorption of cosmic energy instantly doubled. Life evolution technique, proficient level. The effect of cultivation was doubled. He pressed the plus button again. Do you wish to spend 2 potential points to upgrade the life evolution technique? Yes. Not enough potential points. There were no other notifications. Wang Ye was also very distressed. It was F*King ridiculous that he didn't get an instruction manual. He had 2 choices now. He could either continue to cultivate and rely on his own comprehension to raise the life evolution technique to the mastery level, or he could try and find out how to get potential points. Let's go. Wang Ye chose the latter without hesitation. West Camp basement training ground. Brother Tao, that kid didn't come. A young man wearing a student training uniform leaned over and said softly. He was Yu Haitao's trusted subordinate in the evolution camp, Sun Yang. He was born a refugee and came from a poor family. Got it. Yu Haitao was 1.85 meters tall and wore a full set of shiny battle attire. He was obviously different from the other students as his tall and strong body emitted strong confidence. Should we let him go? Sun Yang sneered. That kid must be scared out of his wits. He didn't even report it to the instructor. It's useless even if he reports it. Just find someone to take the blame, Yu Haitao said coldly. Regardless of whether he's really a coward or not, let's put it aside for now. If we kill him now, the camp will investigate. We'll deal with him later. Do you still want to continue? Sun Yang made a throat-cutting gesture. Nonsense. What did I teach you? Yu Haitao glared. Don't be so hesitant. If you don't kill him today, the day he becomes an evolver, you will be the one who will die. Yes, Brother Tao. Sun Yang nodded. Chapter 4. Potential points. Wang Ye spent the entire morning strolling in the evolution camp. He went to the gym to train his strength, the yoga room to do flexibility training, the arsenal to try out all kinds of weapons, the library to read, and the canteen to eat. He had explored the entire basement of the huge evolution camp, but he still had not triggered any potential points. Did he really have to find a girl and try out having sex? With his current looks, it was not difficult. However, this did not seem to have anything to do with the word potential. Students cannot return to the base city. Let's go to the wild and take a look. Wang Ye put on the student combat uniform issued by the evolution camp and picked a sword from the arsenal. He hid lime, pepper spray, steel nails, and other self-defense items in his pocket before leaving the basement. In his opinion, Yu Haitao shouldn't be stupid enough to make a move at this time, but it was never wrong to be on guard. What if the other party was really stupid? Beep! After his identity was verified, Wang Ye left the evolution camp alone. Dust flew as the off-road vehicle with the West Camp's logo sped away. The vehicles were equipped with firearms, so normal mutated monsters were nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, there were evolvers in the vehicles. They usually went to encampment number 3, which was 20 kilometers away, to hunt and train. There were a large number of fiend-level monsters and even nightmare-level monsters there. The activity range of the West Camp students was the 20 kilometers area between the evolution camp to encampment number 3, mainly within a 10 kilometers radius. There were fewer mutated monsters here, and basically no fiend-level monsters. The 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers region was the activity area for the 300 most talented students of the 3 elite classes, namely Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Many of those students had already cultivated the life evolution technique to the perfection level, and their physical fitness scores had exceeded 100. It's all ruins. Wang Ye walked forward cautiously. He looked around and his heart was in turmoil. What greeted his eyes were all ruins and scorched land. One could clearly see the traces of battle and destruction. The once prosperous high-rise buildings, comfortable residential areas, spacious roads, and green parks were all abandoned. Even though all this existed in his memories, Wang Ye still felt a mix of emotions when he saw it with his own eyes. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the monster's rampage was when the catastrophe first broke out. On a bus that had been severed in half was an advertisement by the once famous star Annabella in 2045. The Tesla had been burned beyond recognition, the man-made leather seats corroded by the red rain, and the driver's seat covered with blood stains and the stench of decay. There were quite a number of students who came to train in the wilderness. They formed groups and were vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. Once a mutated monster was discovered, they would fight to the death. Wang Ye walked forward for 2 kilometers, and the students were much sparser. 5 kilometers away, humans were basically nowhere to be seen other than some modified cars from the base city. The wind was howling, and the surroundings were gloomy. The air was filled with the unpleasant smell of blood, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard. Wang Ye moved about in areas with a wide field of vision to avoid being attacked by mutated monsters. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from behind him. Wang Ye quickly turned his head. His eyes lit up and his adrenaline surged. It was a pitch-black mutated monster with jagged ribs. The bones on its body protruded strangely like hedgehogs, and its front legs were extremely thick. Its mouth hung open ferociously, its saliva-wrapped sharp teeth protruding slash. The first battle. Wang Ye was mentally prepared. He had practiced boxing in his previous life and had some actual combat experience. It was just that his opponent this time was not a human. He quickly retreated and stared at the mutated monster's movements. Due to the difference in the mutation of its front and back legs, the mutated monster's running posture was extremely strange. There was an obvious pause between the strength of its hind legs and front legs. Calculating the distance, the moment the mutated monster's hind legs landed on the ground, Wang Ye suddenly turned and drew his knife, aiming for its neck. His movements were extremely fast, but with a clang, it was as if his knife had hit steel. His entire right arm was instantly numbed, and the web between his thumb and forefinger split open. The mutated monster was sent flying and rolled on the ground a few times. A deep bloody scar appeared on its neck, and dark red blood seeped out. With a roar, the mutated monster got up and attacked again. But it missed. A cold light flashed, and yet another powerful slash was delivered. Bang! The target was still the monster's neck. But this time, Wang Ye held the knife with both hands, and his veins bulged as he ruthlessly slashed the mutated monster to the ground. Without giving it any chance to get up again, Wang Ye clenched his jaw and chopped off its neck with his knife as if he was chopping firewood. Hoo! Wang Ye panted heavily. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands that were holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. It was not only because of the temporary exhaustion but also because this was his first time fighting a mutated monster and killing in a true sense. In front of him, a flash of light appeared. Mutated beast killed. Potential points 00.1. Ha! Ha ha ha! Wang Ye laughed, feeling a sense of relief. He felt exceptionally carefree. He liked this method of obtaining potential points, second only to having sex. It was simple and crude. He could become stronger through potential points. After becoming stronger, he would kill more mutated monsters and obtain more potential points. Then, he would become even stronger. A real battle is still different from what I imagined. Wang Ye took out a bandage and wrapped it around the web of his right hand. He then tightened his grip on his knife before wrapping together with his hand using the bandage. If he lost it during the battle with the mutated monster, he would be in big trouble. Today's goal, 1 potential point. Wang Ye's fighting spirit was ignited. Asterisk. In the West Camp Infirmary, Xu Mengoyu took off her white coat and rubbed her sore neck. Having a good figure was also a kind of trouble. Just as she was about to change her clothes and leave, a nurse gently pushed open the door. "Dr. Xu, there's a patient looking for you." "All right." Xu Mengo put on her white coat again. This kind of thing was very common in the evolution camp. Whether it was evolvers or ordinary students, they could not avoid getting injured. Half a minute later, Xu Mengo sighed as she looked at Wang Ye, who had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday and had returned covered in wounds. It was not the first time she had seen such a student. Soon, Wang Ye was disinfected, injected with anti-inflammatory injections, and bandaged. "It's all right this time. They're all superficial wounds. Do you want a bed?" Xu Mengo asked Wang Ye. "No need, I can't sleep alone." Wang Ye stood up with a smile and moved his hands. "Dr. Xu, your skills are really good. Of course, I'm a professional." Xu Mengo crossed her arms in front of her chest and lifted her breasts, the culprit behind her tight white coat. "See you next time, Dr. Xu." Wang Ye waved and left. After leaving the infirmary, Wang Ye went to the cafeteria to fill his stomach before heading straight to the training ground. The evolution camp encouraged cultivation, so the training ground was open 24 hours a day and was brightly lit. Still, there were fewer students at night and it seemed a little empty. Most of the students practiced actual combat during the day when they were at their peak of energy and cultivated their evolution techniques at night. Of course, many also practiced their evolution techniques for an entire day. Wang Ye's goal was clear: weapon training. After a whole day of training, he knew his shortcomings. It was not enough to have a strong body without skills. Moreover, he did not have a strong body. If he wanted to earn potential points, he had to increase his combat strength. The original owner of this body had practiced some sword techniques, but he preferred saber techniques and spear techniques, which were straightforward. He especially liked spear techniques. Whenever the spear shook, it would be like a white rainbow piercing through the sun. Wherever the tip of the spear stabbed, blood would immediately appear. He held a spear in his left hand and a knife in his right. Wang Ye thought about it and decided to practice using a saber first. Practicing saber techniques would take 100 days, while spear techniques would take 1,000 days. Compared to the saber, the spear required more solid basic skills. What he needed now was to master a suitable weapon in the shortest time possible. He started from the basics, 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. The evolution camp had complete video tutorials that were very detailed, all from Moonweb, a mysterious and powerful existence. This was the hope and source of strength for humans to fight against monsters. Moonweb contained various evolution techniques, combat and cultivation techniques, and even cultivation spaces. It was far beyond the current level of human technology. One could connect to it through one's consciousness, something ordinary humans couldn't do. It was only achievable by evolvers. Chi, whoosh, chi. Wang Ye meticulously practiced his saber technique. Chop, lift, pick, intercept, push, stab, chop. Every movement was executed perfectly. He did not choose a more powerful set of saber techniques because he knew the importance of foundation. Great oaks from little acorns grow. One could not aim too high. Not only would routine saber techniques be slow to learn, but the potential points he would need to upgrade it would also be more. The next morning, Wang Ye leaned against the iron gate outside the saber training hall to take a nap. After a whole night of practice, he had a basic grasp of the 9 forms of the basic saber technique. However, it hadn't appeared on his personal panel yet, which meant that he hadn't truly entered the beginner level. He knew very well that he needed to obtain some pointers which would help him cross the threshold and enter the beginner level for saber techniques. There were many instructors who were proficient in saber techniques at the saber training hall. Most of them were evolvers who had retired from the front lines after being injured from fights with fiend-level monsters. At 6 o'clock, the 2 huge iron gates of the saber training hall were pulled open. Wang Ye opened his eyes. He stood up and felt somewhat dizzy. He shook his head vigorously, patted his face, and quickly woke up. Immediately after, Wang Ye rushed in. There were many students waiting like him. Once it reached the morning peak, the saber training hall would be packed to the brim. Never mind asking an instructor for guidance, even entering was a problem. After Wang Ye asked an instructor for guidance, he found a corner and started practicing his own. If he encountered any problems, he would find the instructor and ask again, then continue practicing. Either way, he refused to leave until the saber training hall closed at 6 p.m. Then he changed spots and continued. With his actions during the day, Wang Ye had eliminated all the problems in his saber cultivation. Even though he had yet to enter the beginner level of the 9 forms of basic saber techniques, he had already cleared the obstacles in front of him. All that was left was to persevere and practice until he completely mastered it. The training ground was brightly lit, and the students sweated profusely as they worked hard. Wang Ye practiced until 4 a.m. again. The saber in his hand drew out a series of beautiful arcs, and his actions were clean and neat. 9 forms of basic saber techniques, beginner level. A light flashed in front of him. Wang Ye smiled, his eyes bloodshot. Success. With a thought, the interface appeared. 6. Wang Ye. Life level, initial life. Cultivation technique. Life evolution technique. Proficient. Combat technique. 9 forms of basic saber techniques. Beginner. Potential points 1.1. There was also a floating plus behind the 9 forms of basic saber techniques. Wang Ye's consciousness fell on it. Do you wish to spend 1 potential point to upgrade the 9 forms of basic saber techniques? Yes. With that, the depths of Wang Ye's mind shook and his consciousness entered a state again. His consciousness practiced the 9 forms of basic saber techniques over and over again, just as if an accelerator had been turned on. 10 times faster, 100 times faster. After practicing for 10 or even 20 days, his understanding of the saber technique was extremely thorough. Bang! He was enlightened. At this moment, Wang Ye's bloodshot eyes shone brightly. 9 forms of basic saber techniques practiced level. Chapter 5. Can you accompany me? 1. The 9 forms of the basic saber techniques were the foundation of the evolution camp's 18 basic saber techniques. The more solid the foundation, the faster one would be able to comprehend the basic saber techniques, and the more powerful the power unleashed would be. Moonweb is truly a magical existence. Wang Ye browsed through the 18 sets of basic saber techniques on the evolution camp's intranet. All techniques came from the place where only evolvers could connect with their consciousness, Moonweb. What he was most interested in were the Supreme Swift Saber Technique, the Red Sun Saber Technique, and the Thunderous Explosion Saber Technique. Other than the Red Sun saber technique that required the advanced Red Sun evolution technique, the other two saber techniques could be learned now. Let's put them aside for now. Wang Ye rubbed his blurry eyes. These saber techniques were different from the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. They were all complete sets of systematic saber techniques. Even reaching the beginner level would take a lot of time and effort. The saber training hall instructor's suggestion was to build a good foundation first before cultivating the saber techniques when his consciousness could connect to Moonweb. At that time, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Wang Ye closed his laptop, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep instantly. 3 hours later. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm on his phone rang. Wang Ye got up from the bed with his eyes closed and pinched himself hard. His eyes instantly widened. After washing his face with cold water in the bathroom, Wang Ye swiftly put on his student combat uniform and sheathed his sword. Time to set off into the wilderness. He needed a large number of potential points. Asterisk. West Camp in the wilderness. 2 girls in combat suits were searching for traces of mutated monsters. Training in the wild was homework that every student had to complete. There was a minimum time limit for each month. When one's strength was insufficient, forming a team to lessen the risk was a very good method. Look, Xiaoyu. Isn't that Wang Ye? A short-haired girl pointed to a spot not far away. The girl called Xiaoyu had a high ponytail and was 1.6 meters tall. She had a lithe figure and fair skin, youthful and beautiful. She also had a maturity that was rarely seen in young girls. Hearing this, she looked over and pursed her lips. It turns out that he is fine. He didn't even come to class and didn't return his messages either. Her best friend Huang Ju looked at Zhao Xiaoyu and said indignantly, "To think that you're so worried about him. Don't talk nonsense. I've already broken up with him." Zhao Xiaoyu shook her head. "I advised you a long time ago to break up." Huang Ju scoffed. "Other than his looks, he's useless. He doesn't have a house in the base city, his family doesn't have money, and his talent is poor. He'll never become an evolver in this lifetime. What future do you have with him?" "I know." Zhao Xiaoyu looked away from Wang Ye. One should maintain basic decency when breaking up, and none of the 2 parties should say sorry. The memories between the original owner of this body and Zhao Xiaoyu appeared in Wang Ye's mind. Thinking about it carefully, it had been a pure love story with nothing to be censored. He was a little disappointed. Breaking up was good. Otherwise, he would have a headache now. Everyone had their own aspirations, so he understood and respected Zhao Xiaoyu's choice. Being single was great. He could have countless female friends and did not have to worry about being bound. It was common knowledge that successful people's relationships often did not go well. He rushed forward into the wilderness. Wang Ye was familiar with the routine after his previous experience. The first few kilometers outside the camp were too densely packed with students, so it was difficult to find mutated monsters. There hadn't been any red rain recently, so the growth of mutated monsters could not keep up with the students' speed of killing monsters. Wang Ye only found the first mutated monster 6 kilometers away. He raised his hand and slashed down skillfully. Following this, a monster that was half the height of a human and covered in red and green spots fell into a pool of blood. The practiced level 9 forms of the basic saber techniques allowed Wang Ye to unleash the power of the saber in his hand easily. It wasn't like the first time he fought in the wild, where he had to rely purely on brute force. Mutated beast killed. Potential points, 0.10.2. Very good. Wang Ye smiled. This was the first time he had killed a mutated monster without suffering any injuries. It was a good start. Today's goal was to earn 1 potential point without any injuries. Asterisk. 15 o'clock. West Camp Infirmary. Gently. Pa! Shu Mingo, who was wearing a white coat, slapped away the fingers on her arm and put away the wound treatment tools. "Can't you take it easier? Even the elite class students aren't injured as often as you." "If I'm not injured, won't you miss me?" Wang Ye grimaced. There was nothing he could do since he needed efficiency. His luck wasn't good today, so he could only take the risk and go deeper. In the end, he was attacked by 2 mutated monsters at the same time. Fortunately, his injuries weren't serious, and there was nothing to worry about after getting timely treatment. Thank God, on the way back, he managed to complete his goal for today, 1 potential point. After that, he picked up his saber and headed straight for the training ground. The dormitory was too small and he could not train to his heart's extent. Only after becoming an evolver could he own an apartment in the camp. The students of the ordinary classes and even the elite classes had to come to the training ground to practice their weapons. Beep! The potential points were used up. With this, Wang Ye held his saber and entered the familiar space of consciousness. Images of him practicing his saber arduously appeared in his mind. Day and night, hot summer and cold winter. His cultivation accelerated, improved, and comprehended. Suddenly, Wang Ye's eyes flew open, and the saber in his hand moved naturally. His movements were faster, his saber techniques were more precise, and his strength was just right. Like controlling his arm, he executed the technique over and over again. 9 forms of the basic saber techniques practiced proficient. So this is the proficient level saber technique. Wang Ye recalled the scene of his injury in the afternoon. On the one hand, it was because he lacked experience. In the past, there was only one scenario where he would be at the mercy of 2 other people, one in front of him and another behind him. On the other hand, he was not familiar enough with the saber techniques. In fact, there was not much time to think during the battle. Just like in an intense competition, it was impossible to think about how to perform the most standard movements. Chapter 6. Can you accompany me? 2. Wang Ye relied on muscle memory to control the saber technique with his subconscious. Next time, he wouldn't get hurt again. After practicing for an hour on the training ground, Wang Ye completely adapted to the proficient level of the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques, increasing his combat power by quite a bit. Then, he went to the cafeteria and ate 3 big bowls of rice, declining the other students' invitations to play games. After returning to his dorm, he quickly washed up and video called his family who was staying in the base city's temporary shelter. Following this, he cultivated the life evolution technique and absorbed cosmic energy to strengthen himself. His mastery of the proficient level life evolution technique and 9 forms of the basic saber techniques was naturally nothing compared to the elite class students, but he was not bad in class 23. Moreover, it wouldn't take Wang Ye too long to advance from the proficient level to the mastery level. 2 potential points would be enough. After practicing the life evolution technique for 30 hours non-stop, he had the longest sleep he had in recent times, 6 hours. Then Wang Ye set off into the wilderness at dawn. This timing was publicly recognized as the most suitable for hunting. The dangerous night had just passed, and there was little competition among the students. The weather forecast shows a 5% chance of rain. It's about as good as no rain. The scariest thing in the wilderness was not the night, but the red rain. Part of the red rain that came from the Blood Sea contained the energy that scientists called evolution substance. However, because it was diluted, the possibility of mutation was relatively higher. If humans were exposed to the red rain for a long time, or if the rain was too heavy and the rainwater seeped into their skin too much, it was very likely that irreversible mutations would occur. Of course, the greatest danger came from the mutated monsters. Once the red rain fell, a shocking number of mutated monsters would appear in the wild, and the danger would increase drastically. To be honest, Wang Ye hoped that it would rain. This way, he would earn more potential points faster. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. There were no clouds in the morning, and there was no sign of rain. However, a large number of students were flustered due to the weather forecast. Thus, the wilderness was several times emptier than usual. As a result, Wang Ye's harvest was unexpectedly bountiful. Before 11 a.m., he had already killed 10 mutated monsters and earned 1 potential point. In the afternoon, his luck turned even better as he killed 3 extremely weak mutated monsters and successfully increased his potential points to 1.5 points. From the looks of it, regardless of the strength of the mutated monster, I will get 0.1 potential points. Wang Ye took out a bandage and wrapped it around his right hand and the saber again. He then used his mouth to tear it before gluing the bandage. He hadn't been injured. After the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques were upgraded to the proficient level, his actual combat ability improved a lot. Moreover, after fighting with mutated monsters continuously, his experience was getting richer as well. He was different from the students in the camp who only treated training as completing their missions. It shouldn't be a problem to get 2 potential points today. Wang Ye was full of confidence. After returning to the dormitory, he would be able to raise the life evolution technique to the mastery level. This level basically guaranteed that within a month, he would be able to raise his physical fitness score to the graduation standard, which was also the minimum requirement for the evolutionary drug 60 points. Drip, drip. Wang Ye, who had just killed a mutated monster, exclaimed. Looking at the reddish water droplets on the blade, he raised his head, and a wet drop of rain fell on his face. It was no different from ordinary rainwater, but it seemed to contain some special energy. Red rain was falling. Wang Ye took out a protective raincoat made of a special material from his combat suit pocket, put it on, and quickly returned to the camp. It was extremely dangerous to hunt in the rain. There was no need to do that. 1.9 potential points. Wang Ye ran quickly. On the way back, he scanned the area, hoping to find a lone mutated monster. The red rain gradually intensified and began to pour. The mud splashed from the ground and landed on his boots, leaving reddish stains. God knows whether it was due to the red rain or blood. Suddenly, the sound of battle came from the front. Wang Ye looked over and saw the back of a student in a combat suit. However, unlike himself, the other party was not wearing a protective raincoat. Something was wrong. Wang Ye wasn't interested in being a busybody, so he quickly ran away. However, the student in the combat suit seemed to have heard him and suddenly turned around. His eyes were blood red, and his face was ferocious. He held a blood-dripping longsword in his hand. Wang Ye's pupils dilated. In the ruins ahead, there was a female student's broken corpse. He's mutated. The moment Wang Ye reacted, the sword-wielding student roared and rushed over. His blood-red eyes were filled with killing intent. Humans who had mutated would often lose their rationality, leaving only the instinct of a beast, craving for blood. Fight? Escape? Wang Ye quickly made a decision. At this moment, he had to be decisive about whether to fight or run. Compared to relying on his legs and luck, he believed more in the experience and combat skills he had honed in the wild over the past few days. He would hold his fate in his hands. Wang Ye gripped his saber tightly and his adrenaline surged. He instantly entered the zone. Chi. The other party was obviously proficient in swordsmanship, and Wang Ye could tell that he wasn't easy to deal with the moment he made a move. Wang Ye saw a very long wound on the other party's reddish right arm that was holding the sword. The red rain must have seeped into his blood from the wound, and thus the other party mutated. He took a step back and blocked the attack with both hands. A loud clang rang out. Wang Ye's hands went numb. If not for the bandage wrapping the saber to his hand, the attack would have made the saber fly out of his hand. After mutation, the physical fitness of a human would often skyrocket, making them akin to zombies. But at the same time, they would lose the intelligence that humans relied on the most. Wang Ye kept retreating and didn't fight the mutated student head-on. Even though he had gradually figured out the opponent's sword technique, the opponent's astonishing physical fitness still made him somewhat apprehensive. He retreated once again, and behind him was a wall that had long been destroyed. The mutated student's sword slashed at him fiercely. This time, Wang Ye didn't use his saber to block the attack but dodged sideways instead. The long sword smashed countless bricks with a bang, and dust flew everywhere. With that, not only was the mutated student's vision blocked, but the long sword was also stuck in the wall. Wang Ye drew his blade. Slash! He clenched his jaw and heavily struck the mutated student's waist. Blood splattered as the latter roared and lost his balance. His bloody eyes became even more ferocious. Following inertia, the sword was violently retrieved from the wall before slashing at Wang Ye. Wang Ye didn't manage to avoid it, so his shoulder was grazed a little, but he couldn't care less now. Life and death were on the line now. Wang Ye's saber swiftly slashed at the mutant student's lower back, sending the latter to the ground and giving him a fatal blow. Chi! Wang Ye held the saber with both hands and stabbed it into the mutated student's heart. The latter's body trembled until he stopped moving. Huff, huff, huff. Gasping for breath, Wang Ye's mind was impacted more than his body by this battle. However, he had no time to hesitate at all. He shouted with all his might at the wilderness of the ruins where the red rain was pouring down. Then, he quickly bandaged his injured shoulder and returned to the West Camp. In the West Camp infirmary, Xu Mengouyu looked at the blood-stained Wang Ye and didn't know what to say. She sighed and silently treated his wounds, disinfected and bandaged them. Xu Mengouyu looked at the handsome boy from the corner of her eyes. To be honest, she admired his persistence and courage. This was an essential element to become a powerful evolver. However, his expression was a little solemn today. He had not said a word since he came in. He was not as talkative as usual. "Are you all right?" Xu Mengouyu said softly. Wang Ye looked at Xu Mengouyu with a different emotion in his eyes. "Can you accompany me?" "Huh. In the student dormitory. Why hasn't Wang Ye come to class recently?" Yu Haitao sent a message on his phone and asked without looking up. "The brat is running to the wilderness every day," Sun Yang sneered. "He's probably still thinking about the evolution fruit. But how can he be so lucky? Right, with his physical fitness, he won't be able to graduate without the evolution fruit. It's almost the end of the month, and the second comprehensive test is coming. My brother told me a few days ago that if one's overall score is not even 45, one will be expelled from the evolution camp," Yu Haitao said. "Should we do it, boss?" Sun Yang made a throat-cutting gesture. "Hurry up and do it. It won't be easy to get it done once we're back in the base city." Yu Haitao snorted disdainfully. "Does he think being a coward would guarantee his life? He's too naive. If I want to kill him, it would be like stepping on an ant." Chapter 7. All Rumors. They slept very soundly. Wang Ye got up from the soft bed and looked at the exhausted beauty sleeping beside him. She had a smile on her face as if she was having a sweet dream. He covered her with the blanket, covering her snow-white breasts. Just as he had imagined, Dr. Shu's breasts were huge. After coming out of the infirmary, Wang Ye stretched his back and felt refreshed. He was not someone who would beat himself up for nothing. He knew that the other party was a mutated human, but still, his heart received an unexpected blow after killing the latter. Thank God, after Dr. Shu's gentle words and comfort for the entire night, his pressure had been relieved, and his mental state had revived. He was now a new leaf. "I made many mistakes in the battle. I should be like when I fought with the mutated monsters, attacking the vital points instead of being merciful. The lime, chili water, pepper spray, and others can all be used. Although the physical fitness of a mutated human has increased greatly, they have more weaknesses than the mutated monsters. I'll improve next time." Fortunately, the flaws did not obscure the things he did right. Wang Ye moved his right shoulder, which was firmly fixed. It wasn't fractured, but it would slightly affect his battle. It would be best to rest for a week. Advice from Dr. Shu. Therefore, she moved more. It just so happened that he also needed some time to completely calm down. The second comprehensive test at the end of the month is in 5 days. I wonder what my physical fitness score will be now. Wang Ye quickly returned to his dorm. Whoosh! The light screen flashed and appeared. 6. Wang Ye. Life level, initial life. Cultivation technique. Life evolution technique. Proficient. Combat technique. 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. Proficient. Potential points. 2.0. Killing the mutated human did not give him any potential points. However, on the way back, he managed to catch a mutated monster and complete his goal. Wang Ye's consciousness landed on the plus behind the life evolution technique, and he gently pressed it. A ray of light appeared in the depths of his mind and instantly enveloped him. In the space of consciousness, he quickly cultivated the life evolution technique. Every successful cultivation brought him a deep understanding. Life evolution technique, proficient mastery. Whoosh! Wang Ye's eyes lit up. The increase in the level of his evolution technique caused his entire person to undergo a wonderful change. Even though his body did not change much, his mind became more active and his 6 senses became clearer. That feeling, It was as if his brain had been broadened. So the life evolution technique has such an effect? Wang Ye wasn't sure. This was because the number of students who had cultivated the life evolution technique to the mastery level among the 100 students in his ordinary class could be counted on one hand. As for the perfection level, even the elite class students were few and far between. Cultivation. Start. Wang Ye soon discovered the difference between the proficient level and mastery level of the life evolution technique. Not only was his cultivation speed faster, but the amount of cosmic energy he absorbed for each round was also multiplied. Overall, the efficiency was at least 3 times higher than before. It won't take more than a month. I'll be able to meet the graduation criteria for the evolution drug in half a month. What would the perfect level life evolution technique look like? Wang Ye was looking forward to it. Upgrading the life evolution technique from the mastery level to the final perfection level required 5 potential points. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Ye slept 2 hours a day for 4 days straight, cultivating the rest of the time. His improvement was huge. He could feel the improvement in his body's overall quality, especially the vigorous essence energy. His shoulder, which had been injured during the battle with the mutated human, had almost fully recovered after 4 days of rest. When the second comprehensive test tomorrow was over, he would set off into the wild again. I should rest up tonight and have a good sleep. After Wang Ye finished washing up, he video called and chatted with his family for a while. After that, while he was browsing the information and notifications on the Evolution Camp's intranet, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Dr. Shu in a white skin-tight sweater and jeans, which wrapped around her perky butt. Carrying a medical kit and wearing exquisite makeup, she smiled and said, "I'm here to check your injuries and see how you're recovering. I can move a bit." Wang Ye smiled and closed the door. Dr. Shu was really such a flirtatious and kind person. In the female dormitory, "Xiaoyu, have you seen the Evolution Camp's latest announcement?" Huang Ju pushed the door open and entered in a hurry. Zhao Xiaoyu, who was sitting in front of her desk, turned off her phone and said, "After the second comprehensive test, if the boys' physical fitness has not reached 45 and the girls have not reached 40, they will have to leave the evolution camp. You have it good. You don't have to worry at all and are still in the mood to think about love." Huang Ju sat on the bed with a distressed expression. "It's not like that," Zhao Xiaoyu denied repeatedly. "Ah, are you still thinking about Wang Ye?" Huang Ju saw through Zhao Xiaoyu's thoughts with a single glance and said, "There's nothing wrong with being realistic. Love with no substance is like a plate of loose sand. Other than you, who else would like him? With his physical fitness, he will be eliminated after the second comprehensive test tomorrow. He will never be an evolver." Yeah. Asterisk. 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 The next morning. Ground floor, Data Research Center. The students of the 101st batch were divided according to their gender and filed into the center. Their gazes swept around from time to time with envy. Other than the staff, only evolvers could enter and leave this place at will. Who didn't want to become an evolver? Not only would they have great strength, but their personal status would also be above ordinary people, allowing them to achieve a class transition and have a limitless future. Yi, why haven't you come to class recently? Lu Yong was 1.9 meters tall. He was lanky like a huge bamboo pole. He was Wang Ye's high school classmate, and a friend Wang Ye had common topics with in the evolution camp. "I was cultivating." Wang Ye was concise and didn't want to explain too much. "That's true. You really have to focus on cultivating the life evolution technique now." Lu Yong knew Wang Ye's background and gossiped. "How's your progress? Have you reached the proficient level?" "I've reached the mastery level," Wang Ye said. Lu Yong was speechless. "The hell would I believe you?" Lu Yong rolled his eyes. "Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You must have been cultivating overnight yesterday. You must have been cramming at the last minute." "Cramming wasn't that useful," Wang Ye retorted in his heart. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. Lu Yong stuck his head out like a gibbon and chattered with the students in front of him, unable to hide his gossipy heart. F***CK. The comparison is really infuriating. Lu Yong pouted indignantly. "What's wrong?" Wang Ye asked. Class 1's Huang Zirwei and Class 2's Goddess Yu Shuiqin easily broke through 100. Lu Yong's eyes were filled with envy as he said, "We're thinking about whether we will be eliminated. But the elite class student's physical fitness is already heaven-defying. It's too monstrous. That's normal. The elite classes have specialized evolver mentors in charge of guiding their cultivation. There are also a series of supplements such as vitality medicine and nutrient solutions to strengthen their physique. They have a high starting point and are talented. Their goal isn't even to graduate, so how can they be the same as us?" The student in front turned his head and said, "Talent?" He had a very strong talent too. Wang Ye wasn't envious at all. He could be very strong on his own. Time passed quickly. The girls of Class 23 were the first to complete the second comprehensive test. Compared to the boys, the girls were fewer. Zhao Xiaoyu and her chattering best friend left from the outside. From their expressions, it was obvious that they had successfully passed. As if sensing his gaze, Zhao Xiaoyu turned her head. Their gazes met, and Wang Ye smiled and nodded. Zhao Xiaoyu's expression was a little stunned as she bit her lips to avoid his gaze. Her best friend Huang Ju looked over and pulled her away. Was he that scary? Would she get pregnant with just one look from him? "I heard that you and Yu Haitao have become enemies. Is that true?" Lu Yong whispered. "Who said that?" Wang Ye asked. "I don't know. Either way, everyone is saying that he was the one who injured you and made you hospitalized last time. Even your evolution fruit was stolen," Lu Yong advised. "Just let it go if you've suffered a loss. Don't provoke him. You can't afford to offend him." "How could that be?" Wang Ye had an expression of disbelief as he shook his head. "It's all rumors. We are friends. The kind that wanted to kill each other," Wang Ye added in his heart. "Really? Yes, it's our turn." Wang Ye patted Lu Yong and walked forward. It was time to see the results of his 10 days of cultivation. Chapter 8. Don't worry, it won't affect my abilities. The physical fitness test was conducted in groups of 6 people. The test consisted of the 6 basic abilities of the body, including strength, flexibility, speed, agility, durability, and essence. The average score of the 6 criteria was the comprehensive evaluation score. One could choose an advanced evolution technique from Moonweb that was most suitable for oneself based on the scores of the 6 criteria. Strength 50. Wang Ye walked out of the strength testing room and saw Lu Yong, who was waiting at the door, craning his neck. The latter looked at the number on the screen in shock. Wang Ye patted him. "Go in then. F***CK. Didn't your strength not even reach 30 last month?" Lu Yong entered while in disbelief. The score was higher than expected. Wang Ye estimated that his score for the second comprehensive test should be around 48 points, but it was apparent that the mastery-level life evolution technique was extremely efficient, allowing his body to improve a lot just in the past few days. Flexibility, 45. Durability, 48. After the first 3 tests, the final result was basically stable. In his memory, these 3 were the relatively weaker ones of his 6 body criteria. Sure enough, Wang Ye's speed score reached 52, which was higher than Lu Yong's. The 5th test was agility. Each test was divided into 2 parts. First, the computer would calculate the relevant static data through the detection of the instrument. Then, a series of manual tests would be performed, recording the dynamic data. For example, the strength test required one to pull on something, bench press, and deep squat. The speed test checked one's explosive power, acceleration, and highest speed. The agility test tested one's dexterity, agility, and reaction speed. Your reaction is super fast. This was the result of Wang Ye's test. After the life evolution technique was upgraded to the mastery level and his brain was expanded, his 6 senses and reaction time had improved considerably. Compared to the static data, it was clearly higher. Agility 56. Wang Ye entered the last testing room for essence. He successfully completed the last inspection. Looking at the score that lit up on the screen, Wang Ye left in satisfaction under the envious gazes of the other students. His highest score, essence, 60. Lu Yong had finished the tests earlier and was waiting for Wang Ye at the door. He asked immediately, "Did you pass? What's your score?" 51.8, Wang Ye said. "Awesome." Lu Yong gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "You've improved too quickly in this month. I thought you wouldn't pass the second comprehensive test. You completely lost his fighting spirit after the breakup, but I didn't expect that your improvement would be even greater. You can try breaking up too," Wang Ye said. Rather, his improvement hadn't taken a month, but 10 days. To be precise, it was the result of 4 days of hard work. Yu Haitao was practicing his sword technique on the training ground when Sun Yang rushed over. He passed. Yu Haitao's sword paused in surprise. "Yes, and the score is not low, 51.8, Sun Yang said in a low voice. 51.8? Yu Haitao put away his sword and stood upright, his brows furrowed. Compared to his physical fitness score of close to 70, the difference was not small. However, it was entirely possible for Wang Ye to reach the minimum standard for the evolutionary drug in the graduation exam 20 days later, which was 60 points. If the other party was lucky enough to become an evolver, he would be in big trouble. "Didn't I tell you to kill him in advance?" Yu Haitao revealed a displeased expression. "But he hasn't gone out for the past few days." Sun Yang felt helpless. If Wang Ye didn't go to the wild and stayed in the evolution camp, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, once they were discovered, they would die. Keep an eye on him. Don't give him any chance. As soon as he leaves and heads to the wilderness, kill him immediately. Yu Haitao's voice was cold. "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do." Sun Yang also had a strong sense of crisis. After all, his overall physical fitness score was just over 55. Wang Ye might not dare to take revenge on the boss, but if he became an evolver, he might take revenge on him. Since they were enemies, they could not leave any openings. In the female dormitory. This is impossible. Why is Wang Ye so high in the rankings? He's in the top 50. Huang Ju exclaimed. 38. Zhao Xiaoyu blurted out and immediately pursed her lips without saying a word. Huang Ju stubbornly said, "So what? Is he as good as Yu Haitao? He's already ranked first. Wang Ye's talent is just SOSO. No matter how hard he works, he can't compare to Yu Haitao. There's no need to compare yourself to others." Zhao Xiaoyu felt a hint of happiness that was hard to detect. "It's still too early to tell." Huang Ju snorted. "He only passed the second comprehensive test. Whether he can graduate or not is another matter. Even if his physical fitness score reaches 60, he will only pass the passing line for the evolutionary drug. His chances of success are slim. Xiaoyu, don't be silly again. All right. West Camp in the wilderness." Wang Ye held his saber and focused on searching through the dense ruins. There were still blood stains on the blade. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Almost subconsciously, as if he had X-ray vision, Wang Ye quickly dodged a mutated monster that jumped out from the corner of his blind spot. The moment his feet landed, he slashed out. Clang! It was like hitting a rock. The kettle-sized mutated monster was extremely tough, but its sneak attack had failed and it was stunned. Wang Ye didn't give it any chance to counterattack. He kept his distance and closed in, killing it quickly. Mutated beast killed. Potential points, 0.50.6. Wang Ye was very efficient as he continued hunting for monsters. This was the third mutated monster he had killed in the ruins. The instructor had said in class that the closer one was to the mountains, forests, lakes, and rivers, the more dangerous it was, let alone the sea. In the wild, the various dense areas, abandoned high-rise buildings, residential areas, commercial streets, and other places were high risk too. This was because there were too many blind spots, and mutated monsters could appear out of nowhere, often in groups. Previously, he had been searching for mutated monsters by the roadside in open areas. The advantage was safety, but the disadvantage was low efficiency. Now he had more choices. My perception and reaction time have improved significantly. Wang Ye felt the wonders of the life evolution technique. It was probably related to the competitive working environment in a big factory, but he always pursued the best efficiency. He estimated that he might be slightly injured today, but the potential points he would gain would probably exceed 2 points. As expected, in just 6 hours, when he returned to his dorm before dark, Wang Ye had already gained 2.1 potential points. He did not go to the infirmary because Dr. Shu was off today. She was in discomfort too, out of being overworked. You're really... Shu Mengo bandaged Wang Ye's wound with some heartache and carefully checked the injury on his right shoulder. Can't you take it easy? Don't worry. It won't affect my abilities. Wang Ye moved his shoulders. What are you talking about? Shu Mengo rolled her eyes at him and packed up her medical tools as she said, You need to recuperate from your injuries. It's best if you don't move around. I'm leaving. I'll come back in a few days to check on your recovery. Wang Ye couldn't help but smile as he looked at the other party's tight jeans fade out of sight. Women always say one thing and mean another. Words like no more, I can't anymore, or it's not good. Dr. Shu was very considerate, but she had indeed misunderstood. When he said that it wouldn't affect his abilities, he was referring to the imminent life and death crisis. During the comprehensive test today, he had already noticed Sun Yang staring at him. Counting the time, his previous incident was no longer in the limelight. In addition to his outstanding results in the second comprehensive test, Yu Haitao might not be able to sit still anymore. Then come. He could dodge the attacks a few times, but he couldn't hide forever. Therefore, he pushed himself to kill 20 mutated monsters in the wild and get 2 potential points even if the risk was higher today. Wang Ye's consciousness landed on the plus on the interface and he closed his eyes. He practiced his saber techniques in the space of consciousness at 100 times and 1,000 times the speed. His understanding of the saber technique was like the blacksmith's tempering. With each hammer, bits of comprehension fell into his heart until the saber technique evolved. 9 forms of the basic saber technique mastery. Tomorrow. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Wang Ye smiled confidently. He was no longer the fledgling from before. Chapter 9. Wilderness Murder 1. December 1st. The evolution camp entered its final month. The 101st batch of students who did not pass the second comprehensive test had been eliminated. Unless there was another opportunity, they would never be able to become an evolver. They could only find a job in the competitive base city and work hard to climb the social ladder. However, in the apocalypse where monsters wreaked havoc, it was very dangerous to not have the strength to protect oneself. No matter how much money they earned, who knew when the base city would be destroyed by a tide of monsters? By now, more than half of the base cities had been buried in the dust of history. Brother Yang, he left the camp. Shi, who had a scar on his face, sent a message to Sun Yang. His gaze fell on the entrance of the camp, where Wang Ye gradually walked away. Follow him. Don't get discovered. Roger. Shi was short, wearing a student's combat uniform with a short knife hanging at his waist. He looked just like the other students who were going out to train. After the facial recognition was approved, he sped up and followed. 2 hours later, for lackeys, led by Sun Yang, gathered around an abandoned Audi. Where is he? Sun Yang was furious and questioned Shi. I don't know. Shi's face was filled with depression as he pointed at an abandoned building in the distance and explained, He went in there in the end. I was afraid of being discovered, so I didn't follow him. He hasn't come out yet. Heh, you're not afraid of being discovered, but of being ambushed by the mutated monsters inside. Right? Ding Jinchao said coldly. You make it sound like you're not afraid. Shi was furious. Stop talking nonsense. Go in and finish him off. Yan Zhuofeng was 1.88 meters tall, and he stood out among the 4 of them. His thick arms were like steel, and he carried a battle axe on his back. His aura was brutal. Brother Yang wants us to leave no trace, so we have to do it in a place with fewer people. Ding Jinchao said with an expression that read, You idiot. This place is about 5.5 kilometers away from the camp. It should be enough. Sun Yang looked around. There were only ruins everywhere. This was an old neighborhood that had been destroyed. Although the buildings were not particularly dense, there were many hidden spots. The possibility of mutated monsters appearing was very high, and it was quite dangerous. Had Wang Ye come here to train? Was he crazy or stupid? He might have gone the wrong way. Sun Yang didn't think too much about it and said to the three of them, "We'll search in groups of 2. Keep a distance and keep in touch. Whichever group finds him, take action immediately. The other group will guard the surroundings and block his way. We must not let him escape. Zhuofeng, you and Monkey form a team and search inside. Ding and I will go over there." "All right. Asterisk. Asterisk. 4. Wang Ye looked down from a room on the 4th floor through the cracks in the curtains that were full of holes. "I can settle them all together." Wang Ye retracted his gaze and his expression turned cold. 10 days ago, these 4 people had ganged up on the original owner of this body and snatched the evolution fruit. Sun Yang had delivered the fatal blow. His methods were quite ruthless, treating the original owner of this body like a mutated monster. 10 days later, they were after him again. They were pressing forward step by step, wanting to eliminate him and leave no way out. This old residential area was Xingyu New Village. There were no elevators and the houses were dilapidated. Yesterday, Wang Ye had explored the area and familiarized himself with the surroundings. He had also cleared out some mutated monsters. Compared to Sun Yang's group of 4, not only was he in the dark, but he also had an absolute geographical advantage. "They're coming up." Wang Ye could hear the sound of footsteps. He knew, of course, that Shi had been following him. Even though the latter was stealthy, his senses were much sharper than before. If he disappeared in this residential building, the first target of the other party's search would definitely be here. But unexpectedly, only 2 came up. 2nd floor. Wang Ye leaned against the door and listened to the footsteps. 3rd floor. The residential building in Xingyu New Village was not big. It had 6 floors in total with 2 suites on each floor. Wang Ye was currently hiding in room 401, which was the room on the left side of the 4th floor. It was very suitable for an ambush. Strange. Where did he go? Shi carefully searched every room. "Did you miss something?" Yan Zhuofeng was holding a battle axe and destroying the rooms violently. "Impossible. I've been watching this building. He never left." Shi swore solemnly, and his expression suddenly changed. "Could he have discovered me?" Yan Zhuofeng laughed out loud and said disdainfully, "So what if he did? Hide? I don't believe that we can't find him if we search this place thoroughly." As he spoke, he took the axe and hacked around, causing the veins on his biceps to bulge. Yan Zhuofeng's score on the strength test was over 60, which was quite high. "He's not here. Let's go to the 4th floor." Shi shouted at Yan Zhuofeng, who was still in the room. Just as he stepped out of the door, his hair stood on end. As if sensing the impending danger, Shi wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Chi! Cold light fell. Wang Ye turned his chopping attack into a stab and took a step to change his stance. Even though Shi reaction was extremely fast, he was no faster than Wang Ye's blade. The blade mercilessly slashed across his neck, and blood spurted out. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Wang Ye, Yan Zhuofeng, who had just walked out of the room, widened his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. He gripped his battle axe tightly with both hands and slashed at Wang Ye, who had appeared at the door. "Pu, piu, piu." Wang Ye took out a pepper spray. The safety cap had been opened long ago. He aimed at Yan Zhuofeng and sprayed continuously. Yan Zhuofeng screamed in pain as tears kept flowing out of his eyes. He felt as if his trachea was on fire, and he couldn't stop coughing. He hurriedly retreated and waved his axe. Wang Ye naturally wouldn't give the other party any chance. He casually threw the pepper spray away and revealed his saber. Chapter 10, Wilderness Murder 2. Wang Ye dodged Yan Zhuofeng's randomly waving battle axe and bent down. His swift and accurate blade technique tore through Yan Zhuofeng's battlesuit trouser leg, breaking the latter's knee bone with a cracking sound. Yan Zhuofeng screamed miserably and lost his balance. He almost lost his grip on the battle axe as he fell to the ground. Wang Ye moved behind him and slashed down with his saber. Chi! The other party was beheaded. Wang Ye's body was covered in blood, but his eyes were cold. He forced himself to calm down and picked up the pepper spray from the ground. The process had been smoother than he had expected. Although he was still a little shaken, The battle with the mutated human had allowed him to adapt and prepare himself mentally. The reason why he changed his plan at the last minute and chose to make a move here was because the other party stayed on each level for a long time. This meant that they were searching the place meticulously and the success rate of a sneak attack was not high. Once the two of them joined forces, he would inevitably be injured. On the contrary, after searching a room, the other party's alertness would drop to the lowest. Another advantage of ambushing at the door was that the enemy couldn't escape from the stairs. The worst outcome was that they would jump out of the window. At the very least, if the other party broke their legs, they wouldn't be able to escape. There are two more. Wang Ye quickly went downstairs. Of Yu Haitao's 4 underlings, Sun Yang was the strongest, while Ding Jinchao was the most cunning. Downstairs, Sun Yang and Ding Jinchao were searching the surroundings. Suddenly, a scream came from the residential building where Shi Ho had been keeping watch, followed by the sound of an intense battle. Sun Yang and Ding Jinchao quickly turned back and looked up. 3rd floor. It's Zhua Feng's voice. Sun Yang's expression changed slightly as he said to Ding Jinchao, "You stay here. I'll go up and take a look." "Okay, Brother Yang." Ding Jinchao immediately responded. When he saw Sun Yang go upstairs, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He quickly retreated and looked around. An idea came to him and he ran to another building. Whoosh! Sun Yang went straight to the 3rd floor. He could tell from Yan Zhuofeng's scream just now that something bad had happened. If his guess was correct, Shi Ho must have been discovered when he was tailing Wang Ye. Then, the latter decided to ambush them and catch them off guard. However, the other party was fighting 2 against 1. Even if they were ambushed, they should still have a huge advantage. Especially since the other team had Yan Zhuofeng, who was only slightly inferior to him in actual combat. Wait a minute. Sun Yang, who had just crossed the 2nd floor stairs, suddenly felt something was wrong and almost subconsciously twisted his body. A blade light suddenly appeared in the originally empty room 202 and slashed at his neck. Clang! Sun Yang blocked the attack with his steel rod. The sound was deafening and his arm went numb. Despicable! Sun Yang was slammed into the wall by the huge impact. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the burning pain on his back as he used the steel rod to defend himself. Wang Ye had already appeared in front of him, his blade swift and decisive. It was too fast. Wang Ye's reaction speed and decisiveness surprised Sun Yang. It was as if he was another person. In his impression, Wang Ye didn't have such strength. However, he knew very well what Wang Ye's appearance here meant. Yan Zhuofeng and Shi Ho were dead. He was no longer the useless Wang Ye of the past. What a powerful saber technique! Sun Yang was unable to resist. His rod techniques were suppressed to the point that he could not display them, and he was at a disadvantage from the beginning. Even though he had a stronger physique than Wang Ye, he was still in a hard spot. Wang Ye's saber techniques were natural, and each slash was aimed at a spot that was difficult for him to block. Moreover, the saber was like a part of Wang Ye's body. His attacks were continuous and there were no openings. He was too strong. Sun Yang had only felt this kind of pressure when he fought Yu Haitao. Cold sweat trickled down his back. If it wasn't for the fact that the rod technique was suitable for defense, he would probably be dead by now. Wang Ye's aura suppressed Sun Yang's. He suddenly changed his tactic, sweeping his leg over while slashing from the side, causing Sun Yang to stagger and fall on the stairs. Sun Yang subconsciously held onto the handrail of the stairs to maintain his balance, but Wang Ye's blade fell powerfully. Clang! He slashed the steel rod from Sun Yang's hand. Clang! The sound of the steel rod falling caused Sun Yang's face to turn pale. He suddenly recalled how the 4 of them had beaten Wang Ye up 10 days ago. He had roared with laughter and hit the back of Wang Ye's head, delivering the final blow. Blood oozed out and Wang Ye fell to the ground. Chi! The pain hit his heart, and the world spun. Sun Yang felt as if he was flying. Wang Ye's blurry figure with a saber appeared in his eyes before all of it turned pitch black, and his consciousness was instantly obliterated. Bang! His head fell to the ground while his body collapsed on the stairs. There's one more. Wang Ye didn't stop and quickly left the residential building. The surroundings were clear. Wang Ye looked left and right but didn't see anyone. He frowned slightly. This is troublesome. If Ding Jinchao had brought the phone and reported the matter to the instructor, he would have a headache dealing with the aftermath even if he was doing all this in self-defense. Putting everything else aside, it would definitely affect his graduation and prevent him from successfully receiving the evolution drug. There were two possibilities. Ding Jinchao had either ran away or hid. Wang Ye quickly returned to the residential building and took out Sun Yang's phone from his pocket. He unlocked it with his fingerprint and dialed a number while quickly going down the stairs and rushing out. He was extremely fast, and the entire process took less than half a minute. Impossible! How could this be? The moment Ding Jinchao saw Wang Ye appear downstairs with a saber, his mind was in a daze. He had thought of many possibilities, and hiding first was just a foolproof plan. However, he didn't expect Wang Ye to survive the siege of Brother Yang and the other two. Not to mention, from Wang Ye's stance, it seemed that he didn't just survive. This was because the first thing he did when he came down from the residential building was to look around instead of running away. What was he looking at? Swoosh! Ding Jinchao broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately had an answer in his heart. Fear. Ding Jinchao's face turned ashen as negative emotions welled up in his heart. Call. Immediately call for help. Ding Jinchao trembled as he took out his phone. Before he could turn on the screen, a vibrating ringtone rang. It showed Brother Yang's number. Ding Jinchao was stunned. Was Brother Yang calling him? Was he mistaken? Was Wang Ye really just trying to escape and looking around for an escape route? Ding Jinchao picked up the phone in a flurry. Hello, Brother Yang. Ding Jinchao whispered. There was no reply. Hello? Is the signal bad? Ding Jinchao revealed a puzzled expression. He held his phone and looked at it, then put it to his ear again. Can you hear me, Brother Yang? Can you hear me, Brother Yang? An echo came from behind him. Shook his mind. Ding Jinchao trembled violently, and his neck turned back stiffly like a block of wood. In an instant, the thick smell of blood suffocated him. Wang Ye's thin figure appeared in front of him, his battle uniform covered in blood. He held a saber in his right hand, and blood dripped from the blade. He was like a god of death who had just returned from hell. Seeing the phone in Wang Ye's left hand, Ding Jinchao immediately understood everything. He sat on the ground and peed himself. Listen to me, Brother Yi. Ding Jinchao stretched out his hands as if he had seen a ghost. It has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. Ding Jinchao waved his hands repeatedly. His breathing was so rapid that he could hardly breathe, and his eyes were filled with fear. I didn't see anything just now. It's true. Please let me go. Chi. Wang Ye raised his hand and slashed down. Ding Jinchao's eyes were wide as his head rolled on the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. Die. Chapter 11. Perfection Level Life Evolution Technique. After cleaning up the scene, Wang Ye quickly left. In the wild, countless students died to mutated monsters every day. Sun Yang's group of 4 was not the first batch, and they would not be the last. They could only blame themselves for taking the risk to enter a dangerous abandoned area where mutated monsters were densely packed. It's the right time, place, and people. Wang Ye carefully recalled the battle as he sped away. Fortunately, they were divided and he could defeat them one by one. Sun Yang and the other 3 still took him as the old Wang Ye and thus underestimated him. If the 4 of them were together from the beginning to the end and carefully searched the entire area, he would have called an instructor. A wise man would know his limits. Never mind defeating all 4 of them at the same time, he might not even be able to defeat Sun Yang and Yan Zhuofeng if they were together. Wang Ye had an accurate understanding of his own strength. However, this was only for now. If he was given another 10 days, he would be able to defeat the 4 of them altogether even if he were to fight them head-on. 5 plus 5. I need 10 potential points. I'll first train the life evolution technique to the perfection level, which will rapidly increase the strength of my body. Then, I'll raise the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques to the perfection level. Wang Ye had a clear goal. The deaths of Sun Yang and the other three would only make Yu Haitao even more fearful and strengthen the other party's killing intent. He felt the same. If Yu Haitao did not die, it would be like a thorn in his back. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the evening, in the dormitory. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Pa. Yu Haitao's face was gloomy. He slammed the phone on the table and frowned. It had been an entire day, but there was no news. Whether he called Sun Yang, Shiho, or Ding Jinchao, it was all the same. Logically speaking, the four of them should have returned long ago. Killing a mere Wang Ye wouldn't take much effort. The only possibility was that they hadn't found him. Of course, there was another possibility that Yu Haitao subconsciously ignored. In his eyes, Wang Ye was just an ant. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Yu Haitao's eyes lit up and he quickly picked up his phone. It was an unknown number. After hesitating for a moment, he swiped his finger and turned on the speaker. Who is it? Yu Haitao said. It's me, Wang Ye. The voice on the other end of the phone caused Yu Haitao's pupils to instantly enlarge. His expression changed multiple times, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, he still suppressed his emotions and said calmly, "Why are you looking for me?" As he spoke, Yu Haitao turned on the recording function. "Nothing. I just wanted to talk to you." "There's nothing to talk about. Where's Sun Yang and the others?" Yu Haitao asked in a low voice. "Did you kill them?" "I don't understand what you're saying. Are you drunk?" Wang Ye's voice came through the phone. "It's like this. We're all in the same batch and our goal is to become evolvers. So, even if there are any grudges, I hope we can forget all about it after today. Let's forget about the past and never mention it again." Yu Haitao's eyes were filled with a fierce light, but he said lightly, "Sure. That's it then. All the best for the graduation examination, student Yu." Before he could reply, the call had already ended. Yu Haitao slammed his fist on the table, causing it to shake violently. Bastard! It was obvious that Sun Yang and the others were dead. No matter what methods Wang Ye used, this was the result. He understood what the other party meant. It was very simple. The other party was admitting his loss. He did not want to offend him. If the evolution fruit was stolen, so be it. Wang Ye had been beaten up by Sun Yang until he was hospitalized, but he didn't dare to report it to the instructor for fear of retaliation. And now, after killing Sun Yang and the others, he was even more afraid of his revenge. Coward! Yu Haitao had never thought much of Wang Ye. So what if he improved in the second comprehensive test? Was the other party's improvement as great as his? He was now the first in class 23. He would also be first in the graduation examination. In addition to the evolution fruit with his physical fitness, he would surely become an evolver. There was no need to waste time on such a weakling. The graduation exam and becoming an evolver were what he needed to focus on. He wanted to join the base defense division with results comparable to the elite class, not letting down his brother's nurture. "I'll let him live a little longer," Yu Haitao sneered. Did Wang Ye think he could live just by admitting defeat? He was too naive. When he became an evolver, the gap would only be even greater. When the time came, he would let Wang Ye know what true despair was. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Wang Ye's face slowly disappeared. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, his mind calm and composed. He had to appease the enemy first. He was mainly afraid that the death of Sun Yang and the other three would make Yu Haitao furious and lose his mind, causing the latter to do something irrational that would harm both him and himself. When the time comes, everyone will be in trouble. He didn't think that Yu Haitao would let him go. If the latter would, all this wouldn't have happened. At this point, they were already dead enemies. It was very simple. After becoming an evolver, he would settle the score. The graduation exam. Wang Ye browsed through the evolution camp's intranet where an announcement had been posted at night. There were 3 parts to the graduation exam. On the 18th of December, they would have a written exam consisting of a knowledge test, a behavior test, and a psychological test. These tests would determine where one would be recruited after becoming an evolver. They would either stay in the evolution camp, go to the gene park, or join the base defense division. On December 19th, A full body checkup would be conducted to determine if one could be injected with the evolution drug. December 20th would be the combat assessment. It was also related to the recruitment of evolvers. Among the three departments, the rescue team of the evolution camp, the future center of the gene park, and the guardian department of the base defense division all required very strong combat capabilities. After the graduation exam, the list of people who would receive the evolution drug would be announced on December 24th. Then, 3 days later, on December 27th, all of them would begin their evolving process. To ensure the accuracy of the comprehensive physical examination, students must complete the training missions of the month before midnight on December 15th. After that, they must stay in the camp and not go out. There are still 13 days left. That's enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, Wang Ye returned to his room after his checkup at Dr. Shu's room. First, he video-called his family who were living in the base city's temporary shelter, and then prepared to cultivate the life evolution technique. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone. The profile picture was very familiar. It was a beautiful photo. Rainbow, I heard that you often go to the doctor. Are you all right? Sudden concern from his ex-girlfriend. What's wrong with going to the doctor? He was looking for chances to be taken care of. Wang Yi retorted but replied, "Thank you for your concern." He then turned off his phone. With a thought, the interface appeared. 6. Wang Yi. Life level, initial life, cultivation technique, life evolution technique, mastery, battle technique, 9 forms of the basic saber techniques, mastery, potential points, 5.1. The harvest was not bad. Although his luck was somewhat inconsistent, his average earning of potential points was about 1.7 per day. Since the 15th was the last day they could train in the wilderness, the number of students had increased, making the competition more intense. That being said, to him, the impact was not too great. Wang Ye's consciousness fell to the plus behind the life evolution technique and was filled with eagerness. This was his first perfection-level cultivation technique. Even for the elite class students, not many could cultivate the life evolution technique to the perfection level within half a year. In contrast, he had achieved such a feat with his own hard work. And it was within a short month. Whoosh! Light flashed in his mind and enveloped him. In the space of consciousness, he cultivated the life evolution technique day and night, forgetting to eat or sleep. His comprehension of the life evolution technique became increasingly thorough, until one day, he crossed the final bottleneck and comprehended it fully. Life evolution technique, mastery, perfection. His consciousness was exceptionally clear, and his 6 senses were extremely sharp. His brain expanded and his life genes changed. It was as if he had merged into the world and could absorb cosmic energy at will. His abilities to absorb cosmic energy were greatly increased, several times better than when he was at the mastery level. Every round of cultivation of the life evolution technique would bring about an astonishing improvement to his body. His cultivation speed was too fast. Even Wang Yi himself was shocked. His current physical strength was around 56. If he cultivated at his current speed, perhaps his overall physical fitness could exceed 60 in one night, thus reaching the graduation standard. There was still half a month before the comprehensive physical examination on the 18th. What kind of height would his physical fitness score reach by then? It was hard to estimate. It was too shocking. The perfection-level life evolution technique. Wang Yi was filled with emotions. This was the difference between the top geniuses of the elite classes and the ordinary classes. He looked at the remaining 0.1 potential points on his interface. Then, he looked at the 9 forms of the basic saber technique's mastery that was waiting to be upgraded and was stunned. Behind the life evolution technique, perfection, there was still a plus floating and it was in bold. What the hell? Wasn't the perfection level the highest? His consciousness landed on the plus. Do you wish to spend 50 potential points to upgrade the life evolution technique? Yes. Not enough potential points. The life evolution technique that had reached the perfection level could actually be improved further? Wang Yi was surprised and delighted. He was delighted that his personal talent was so awesome, but he was shocked that upgrading required 50 potential points. It was 10 times more than before. He had only needed 5 potential points to improve from the mastery level to the perfection level. If the life evolution technique could be improved further, what about the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques? Was the perfection level the limit? I'll know in 3 days. Wang Ye began to cultivate the life evolution technique. Chapter 12. Limit Break. There was only half a month left until the graduation exam. The students from batch 101 who passed the second comprehensive test began their final sprint. For some reason, Wang Ye felt like he was taking the college entrance examination. He recalled that in his previous life, when the results of the college entrance examination were announced, one of his classmates immediately went back to look for the homeroom teacher. He pointed at her and said, "Didn't you say that I wasn't cut out for studying back then?" Seeing her embarrassed look, the classmate said angrily, "You're really good at judging people." Later, he became an internet celebrity and earned a lot of money. In his previous life, even if one failed the college entrance examination, there were still countless opportunities for ordinary people. Unfortunately, in this world, if one could not graduate from the evolution camp, it would be very difficult to become an evolver again. 3 days later, at the training ground, 9 forms of the basic saber techniques, mastery perfection. Wang Ye practiced his saber technique to the limit, even surpassing some of the instructors in the saber training hall. After practicing 1,000,000 times in the space of consciousness, every move seemed to be engraved in his muscles and flowing in his blood. He was like a master of saber techniques who had tempered his skills thousands of times. Finally, Wang Ye's understanding of saber techniques had reached a new level. If he practiced basic routine saber techniques now, he could easily learn them. Most of the students would start to practice routine saber techniques when they reached the proficient level in basic saber techniques. On the one hand, routine saber techniques were more suitable for actual combat and had greater power. On the other hand, while practicing routine saber techniques, one's basic saber technique would also improve. However, Wang Ye did not choose to do so. Basic skills were very important. It had nothing to do with the fact that it would take a long time for routine saber techniques to reach the beginner level. Wang Ye performed the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques over and over again with ease. Although there were no fixed moves, having no moves was better than having fixed moves. The perfection level 9 forms of the basic saber techniques could definitely beat beginner level or practice level basic routine saber techniques. Clang! Wang Ye put away his saber and looked at his interface. As expected, just like the life evolution technique, there was also a plus at the end of the perfection level 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. Could also be upgraded. Do you wish to spend 15 potential points to limit break the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques? Yes. Not enough potential points. Limit break? Break the limit. Wang Ye was deep in thought. It was different from what he had expected. Although they were both plus signs, the one behind the life evolution technique was bolded. Moreover, the notification indicated that he could upgrade the technique, not limit break. Most importantly, the potential points required were completely different. One required 50 points, while the other only required 15 points. Previously, when he upgraded the techniques, the number of potential points he used had been exactly the same. In other words, upgrading is more difficult or important than the limit break. Wang Ye practiced the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques a few more times until his body was completely used to it before finally leaving the training ground. Outside the training ground, an intermediate instructor with an empty left sleeve, who was passing by, muttered to himself, "Perfection level saber technique. What's wrong, old Xiao?" A tall instructor patted him on the shoulder. Instructor Xiao snapped back to his senses and turned around with a face full of surprise. "I just saw a student in the training ground execute the perfection level 9 forms of the basic saber techniques." The tall instructor could not help but laugh. "Are you presbyopic, old Xiao? This is not the training ground for the elite classes. How can there be such a talented student in the ordinary classes?" Instructor Xiao nodded. "Maybe. However, the student should be at the mastery level and happen to unleash perfection level power during training." The tall instructor praised. "It's not bad to reach the mastery level for the basic saber technique. Since he is willing to lay a solid foundation, he is a good seedling. Instructor Xiao hummed in agreement. I'm looking forward to his performance in the actual combat assessment. There were only 10 days left before the graduation exam. All the students were working at full capacity. Wang Ye was the same. After checking the doctor's body, he returned to the dormitory to practice the life evolution technique. He had a very fixed schedule now. As his physical fitness improved, he seemed to have endless energy every day. He would depart to the wilderness at 6 in the morning, then come back at 6 in the evening. Occasionally, he would go to the doctor. At night, he would practice the life evolution technique until 3 a.m. After that, he would sleep for 3 hours before setting off to earn potential points. Days passed. Wang Ye's hunting range gradually increased from 5 to 6 kilometers around the camp to 7 to 8 kilometers, and then to 9 to 10 kilometers. The area between 10 to 20 kilometers of the camp was the training ground for the elite classes. The number of mutated monsters might be even lower. The rapid increase in his strength made Wang Ye more confident. He suffered fewer injuries and his earning of potential points kept rising. Roar! A mutated monster that was half the height of a human charged forward ferociously. Wang Ye skillfully dodged to the side. The saber in his hand flashed with a cold light as he swung it down like an executioner. It was cut in half. The bones that were as hard as steel could not withstand an ordinary knife. Mutated beast killed. Potential points, 14.915.0. A light flashed in front of his eyes. Wang Ye sheathed his saber. He no longer needed bandages to tie his saber to his right hand. After cultivating the perfection-level life evolution technique, he was extremely strong now. Even if strength was not his forte, he could still easily control a 15-pound saber. At this point, if he faced Sun Yang and others, he would be able to kill them each with a single slash even if it was a head-on confrontation. It's a pity. Wang Ye felt sorry for Yu Haitao. The latter had already missed the best opportunity to kill him. Even though there were still 6 days before the graduation exam, Wang Ye knew very well that his current physical fitness had already surpassed the top student of class 23, Yu Haitao. Rather, he had almost reached the minimum standard of the elite class. The perfection-level life evolution technique didn't have any bottlenecks, and his cultivation speed was too fast. With a thought, the light screen appeared. Wang Ye's consciousness fell on the plus, and used up all the potential points he had gained in the past 6 days. Limit break. Light flashed in his mind and enveloped him. Although it seemed like a long time had passed in the space of consciousness, it was only a moment in reality, so there was basically no danger. Furthermore, with his current acute 6 senses, it would be very difficult for mutated monsters to approach him silently. In the space of consciousness, he practiced his saber technique thousands of times. After swinging his saber thousands of times, his attainment in saber techniques had surpassed the perfection level. He continued to execute the saber technique, connecting the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques into one, thus comprehending a unique saber technique. Comprehended limit break skill. Comprehensive saber technique. The saber moves were now comprehensive, combining the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques into one. Both attack and defense were covered. It was a comprehensive technique. Although it was not outstanding in any aspect, it had a wide range of applications and was compatible with almost all basic saber techniques. Basic skill. Wang Ye used the comprehensive saber technique and had already mastered it. Attacks were secondary. After his body became stronger, his normal attacks were also very powerful. The appearance of the comprehensive saber technique provided him with a defensive saber move that he desperately needed. Compared to sword techniques, saber techniques were more focused on killing, so their defense was slightly inferior. The various routine saber techniques were also inclined to attack rather than defense. As a result, for saber-wielding evolvers who often had to fight mutated monsters, the probability of getting injured was higher. I finally have a unique skill that I can use in the actual combat assessment. Wang Ye was very satisfied with the limit break skill. His consciousness focused, and he noticed that the plus behind the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques had already disappeared. Only the plus behind the life evolution technique was still around and very eye-catching. 15 potential points for the limit break saber technique is worth it. What would happen if I upgraded the evolution technique with 50 potential points? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At midnight on December 15th, everything stopped. The outdoor training of batch 101 students had temporarily come to an end, and all the courses had also ended. To better cope with the graduation exam, to accurately and thoroughly go through the body examination, and to be injected with the evolutionary drug, they had 3 days of ample rest and preparation time. In the female dormitory, Zhao Xiaoyu looked at her phone in a daze. There was a message she sent to Wang Ye 2 hours ago, but he hadn't replied yet. In the past, he always replied to her messages in seconds. Xiaoyu, what's so good about him that you can't forget him? Huang Ju looked at Zhao Xiaoyu's distracted appearance and moved to take her phone. I'll help you delete him. Why are you still friends after breaking up? No, don't. Zhao Xiaoyu subconsciously kept her phone. There's really nothing between us. I was just thinking about the graduation exam. Really? Huang Ju looked at her doubtfully. Yes. Zhao Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Tomorrow is the graduation exam. It concerns whether I can become an evolver. So I am a little nervous and worried. What are you worried about? No girl in the class can compare to you. Huang Ju looked at Zhao Xiaoyu's expression and sighed. Why don't you try to accept Yu Haitao? Don't be stubborn. He's so good and outstanding in all aspects. I don't want to date for the time being. Zhao Xiaoyu shook her head. Why? How is he inferior to Wang Ye? Huang Ju sighed in confusion. Yu Haitao is the first in our class and is sure to be an evolver. Wang Ye is only ranked 38th. God knows if he'll be qualified to get the evolution drug. But he's not good-looking, Zhao Xiaoyu whispered. In the infirmary. Hello, Mom. Yes, tomorrow is the graduation exam. If everything goes well, I can go back after completing the rookie trial next month. Don't worry. I come to the doctors regularly for a checkup. I'm very healthy. Wang Yi looked up and saw Dr. Xu, who was wrapped in a towel and drying her wet hair, walking out of the bathroom. He smiled and nodded. That's all for now. Wait for my good news. If I see your mother, I'll definitely tell her that you don't take care of yourself and get injured every now and then. Xu Mengou rolled her eyes at him and sat down by the bed. Her body was emitting the fragrance of shower gel. Aren't you here? Wang Yi hugged Xu Mengou's waist and rested his head on her shoulder. I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Sure, Xu Mengou responded softly, and the air was filled with a warm atmosphere. Don't move your hands. Xu Mengou patted his hand, which was quietly moving up. However, she could not stop him. Not today, Chapter 13. Abnormal performance? Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Wang Yi felt refreshed after he finished cultivating the life evolution technique. On the dining table, there was a bowl of wontons with chopped scallions, a pot of fried dumplings, and a cup of hot soy milk. When a young girl was making demands and making trouble, a mature girl already knew how to dote on and take care of others. You woke up so early. It seems that you weren't tired last night. Wang Yi smiled and sat down. Xu Mengou snorted and pulled out a chair to sit beside him. Didn't you wake up earlier and start cultivating before dawn? I'm used to it. Wang Yi chomped down and gave her a thumbs up. Are you confident today? Xu Mengou smiled. Of course. Asterisk. Asterisk. The graduation examination was held on the ground floor. It meant that the students had officially ended their 6 months of training in the evolution camp. The first day's assessment consisted of 3 written tests, which were divided and conducted separately in the morning and afternoon. The morning was a 3-hour knowledge test. Wang Yi hired a private tutor last night and asked Dr. Xu to help him review the key points. She taught him in the privacy of her home. In terms of knowledge, doctors were almost equal to top students. The test was about basic knowledge about cultivation, evolvers, and monsters. Fill in the blanks. Evolvers are divided into beginner, levels 1 to 3, intermediate, levels 4 to 6, and advanced, levels 7 to 9. Every 3 levels, there will be a threshold that has to be broken through with reliance on evolution substances. Monsters are divided into fiend-level monsters, nightmare-level monsters, and hell-level monsters. Corresponding to the levels of evolvers, each level is divided into low, medium, and high grades. Multiple choice. Which of the following 4 evolutionary substances has the highest safety factor? A. Blood, C. Water. B. Red rain. C. Evolution drug. D. Evolution fruit. D. Describe the difference between genetic warriors and ability users. Evolvers are divided into genetic warriors and ability users. Genetic warriors cultivate evolution techniques to strengthen their genomes, focusing mainly on their bodies during cultivation. Ability users stimulated their brains and absorb cosmic energy for their own use, focusing mainly on their abilities during cultivation. Topic: discuss the current situation of Blue Planet, the battle between humans and monsters, and your views on the future. Blue Planet is currently in the early stages of the apocalypse. The situation has been deteriorating for the past 5 years. Most countries have been destroyed, and more than half of the 100 base cities that the Blue Planet Alliance first established have fallen. The humans are at a disadvantage in the battle against the monsters, especially against the 10 cosmic-level monsters that appeared out of thin air when the red light descended. We are powerless against them. So far, there have been 15 perfection-level evolvers, and 4 have died in battle. However, the number of monsters in the world has already exceeded 100. Moonweb gives humanity hope and a future, but the huge difference in the initial base number, coupled with the powerful suppression of the cosmic monsters, will continue to worsen the human situation in the foreseeable future. The hope for humanity's future comes from high-level combat power. By focusing limited resources on the most talented geniuses and nurturing a transcendental existence that surpasses the cosmic monsters, only then can we save the Blue Planet. During the lunch break, Wang Ye didn't go to the cafeteria to eat. He focused on studying for the 2 tests in the afternoon. For the past month, he had basically skipped all his classes, so he had no choice but to study at the last minute. Dr. Shu had helped him prepare the previous exam questions and standard answers. For Wang Ye, who had gone through the college entrance examination and the interview with a big company, the 2 tests in the afternoon were relatively easy. One was a behavior test. Basically, it consisted of questions about whether one would save one's mother or wife, save one's child or one's wife, and the sort. They were questions with difficult choices and no correct answers. For example, if one saw a fiend-level monster attacking an ordinary person in the wild, what would one do? If one chose to save the other party, one might die. If one turned around and left, one would be criticized morally. For another example, if one found out that one's wife was cheating, what would one do? Would one forgive or divorce her? Rather than calling it a behavior test, it was more like a personality test. It was mainly used to screen people for entry into various departments. This was also the purpose of the second test in the afternoon, the psychological test. It would roughly judge one's psychological tendency based on various questions. It would determine whether one's mind was sound, whether one had sociopathic tendencies, violent tendencies, and so on. After the exam ended, the students heaved a sigh of relief and left in groups. The first day of the 3-day graduation exam was the most unpredictable. There was not much to worry about the comprehensive physical examination on the second day, while the actual combat assessment on the third day depended more on the individual's strength. "Ah Yi, how were your afternoon tests?" Lu Yong greeted him and walked over. "It's all right." Wang Ye felt that it was not bad. "How did you answer the last question about evolvers slaughtering ordinary people?" Lu Yong asked curiously. "Kill them," Wang Ye said concisely. "But the evolver has killed many monsters and made great contributions to the rise of mankind." Lu Yong frowned. "There's no correct answer. If you chose to save ordinary people, this proves that you are kind and suitable to join the rescue team. If you care about the big picture, it means that you are suitable to join the Guardian Department. After becoming an evolver, a suitable department will be selected for you according to your personality," Wang Ye explained. Lu Yong nodded in realization. "Then what did you choose for the section about love? Did you choose to have a lifetime of loyal love?" Wang Ye glanced at him. "Why are you so dishonest? Is that really what you think?" "Ha!" Lu Yong choked and said in a daze, "Are you so lecherous?" Wang Ye shook his head. "How can a man's actions be called lecherous? It's called a gentleman going after beauties. Is this also a department screening? No, I'm just following my heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." December 19th, the second day of the graduation exam. Wang Ye, who had been cultivating the life evolution technique for the entire night and had really rested up, arrived at the Data Research Center early in the morning. There were 3 parts to the comprehensive physical examination. The first part was a test of the various functions of the body, including whether one had any hidden diseases, whether one was healthy, whether one had been infected by any disease in the evolution camp, whether one had been left with any aftereffects from battles with mutated monsters, whether one had mutated blood crystals in one's blood, and whether one could be injected with the evolution drug. The second part was the assessment of the body's gene and brain response fluctuations. On the one hand, it was to record the data of the life evolution technique and its impact on ordinary people. On the other hand, it was to determine the future direction of the student and whether there was a possibility of one becoming a rare ability user. The third part was to test the 6 aspects of the body. If the boys scored 60 and the girls scored 55, they would reach the standard line. The higher the score, the better the physical fitness, and the higher the success rate of the evolution drug. Wang Ye successfully completed the first 2 parts, achieving outstanding scores in all aspects. The strengthening of his physical fitness naturally brought about the enhancement of various bodily functions. As for the results of the genetic test with blood and hair, it would only be known after 3 days. It was just a superficial process. How could the results be bad? After having lunch in the cafeteria, Wang Ye was calm about the test in the afternoon compared to the other anxious students. This was because half a month ago, he had already reached the standard for the evolutionary drug. The score of 51.8 on the second comprehensive test was already a thing of the past. Now, even he himself did not know what height he had reached, but he was sure that it far exceeded 51.8. In the Data Research Center, the students of Class 23 were divided into groups of 6 and rows of separate genders. As the scores of the students were released, heated discussions could be heard. When Zhao Xiaoyu came out of the testing room, the girls were filled with envy. Lu Yong, who was in front of Wang Ye, raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you want to know what your ex-girlfriend's score is?" No. Wang Ye's heart was calm. After the second comprehensive test, Zhao Xiaoyu kept sending him messages, but he was too lazy to reply. It wasn't that Zhao Xiaoyu wasn't beautiful, but that she was too troublesome. At this stage, rather than choosing a troublemaker, he preferred a woman like Dr. Xu, who could help him cultivate without distractions and quickly improve his strength. Besides, Dr. Xu had a great figure. 70.5 points. Lu Yong didn't get the reaction he wanted, but still said, "She's the 3rd in the class. The only girl who got over 70 points. Don't you regret it?" "I'm afraid she'll regret it," Wang Ye said. Lu Yong rolled his eyes. Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead. Lu Yong stuck his head out and immediately went to gossip. When he came back, he said excitedly, "Wang Ye, Yu Haitao got 81 points. He surpassed the 2nd place by 5 points. We are stronger than Class 22. None of them passed 80. Why didn't he compare with Class 21? They had someone with a score of 90. Wang Ye retorted in his heart and said, "Yu Haitao's score is high, but why are you so happy?" Lu Yong grinned. "When he becomes famous in the future, we can at least brag about it." "Yeah, you guys are good brothers." Wang Ye chuckled sarcastically. "Don't expose me." Lu Yong looked ahead and saw 6 students walk out of the examination room one after another. Then he urged Wang Ye, let's go. It's our turn." Wang Ye nodded and they walked in together. Strength, flexibility, speed, agility, durability, and essence. Wang Ye was already very familiar with the entire process. He was the first to enter the empty flexibility testing room. Men were often worse in this aspect unless they were lucky with women and knew how to do the splits. Wang Ye entered the dedicated equipment for testing. Rows of numbers were displayed on the computer, and the static results were quickly calculated. Wang Ye saw that the staff outside was slightly stunned. The data researcher was also a little surprised. Pushing open the transparent glass door, Wang Ye looked at the display and saw a figure appear on it. 85. It was a little low. Hello? Let's test the dynamic data next. The staff member smiled. Yes, help me roll my body into an O shape. Wang Ye was in a good mood. Outside the flexibility testing room, 2 students were dumbfounded. Wang Ye came out of the testing room and glanced at the score on the screen. He then walked into the strength testing room expressionlessly as if he was dissatisfied with the score. Was this a joke? Big brother. His softness score was 88. How did he do it? My dynamic score seems to be better than static score. This was what Wang Ye felt in the strength testing room. Similar to the flexibility testing room, his static score was relatively ordinary, only 95, but the dynamic score reached 105. It was 10 points higher. It's very likely due to the limit break level 9 forms of the basic saber technique. Wang Ye roughly guessed the reason. It wasn't just his saber techniques that improved, but also his control and utilization of his body. Pushing open the door and walking out, Lu Yong's flabbergasted face entered his sight. The former's gawking jaw was so long even couplets could be hung from it. 1,100. Lu Yong was scared silly. When he finished the second test, he was in disbelief after hearing that Wang Ye had gotten 88 points for flexibility. However, when he saw the score outside the strength assessment room, his legs went weak. 100 points? What did that mean? Yu Haitao, the top student in the class, only had 81 points. Unfortunately, Lu Yong never expected that this was just the beginning. Speed, 104. Agility, 111. Durability, 95? Was he in bad shape today? No, why would I think that? 95 is already very scary, Lu Yong thought as he watched Wang Ye finally come out of the essence testing room. The screen lit up with a shocking number, and he felt like he had suffered a 10,000-ton blow. Essence, 120. Chapter 14. He wasn't like this before. Outside the Data Research Center. Congratulations, Brother Tao. You're always the number 1 in class. Brother Tao is awesome. In the future, when you become an evolver, do take care of us. Surrounded by students, Yu Haitao had a confident smile on his face. He was in a good mood. 81 points. In an ordinary class, it was already a very high score, even comparable to the students at the bottom of the elite class. He also had an evolution fruit, and his future was bright. Soon, he would be able to join the base defense division and rise step by step. Suddenly, Yu Haitao realized that something was wrong as the surrounding compliments stopped abruptly. The students around him looked at their phones with strange expressions, their faces full of disbelief. Puzzled, Yu Haitao took out his phone from his pocket and realized that Class 23's group chat was flooded with messages. In just a short while, the red dot that showed the number of messages in the group chat had already reached 999. All the messages were of the same 3 words. Worship Brother Yi. Comprehensive Physical Fitness Score, 103. Wang Ye was currently ranked first among the 20 ordinary classes that had completed the assessments. Yu Haitao felt as if his head had exploded with a bang. He was dumbfounded. Xiao Yu, did you see the group message? Huang Ju was flustered, and her hands were trembling. Yes. Zhao Xiaoyu had seen it long ago. She had mixed feelings. Oh my God. 103 points. Is there a mistake in the score? But that's impossible. Huang Ju muttered to herself and shook her head. I don't know. Zhao Xiaoyu's voice was filled with bitterness. Even though her score was not bad, it was a far cry from Wang Ye's. What should we do, Xiaoyu? Huang Ju was at a loss. Zhao Xiaoyu lowered her head and looked at her phone. The screen was still on. However, there was still no reply to her congratulatory message to Wang Ye. Asterisk. Asterisk. Class 23 was in an uproar. However, the person who caused all this had already returned to his dormitory to cultivate. 103 points. Was it very high? Maybe so for the ordinary classes. But in the elite classes, well, it was actually not bad. Overall ranking, 88th. Wang Ye found his ranking on the intranet. He was the only student in the top 100 of the 27 ordinary classes. Even in the 3 elite classes, he could be considered to be at the top. 1. Huang Zirwei, 160. 2. Yu Shuiqin, 156. 3. Wang Jun, 155. The competition in the elite classes was really intense. Wang Ye sighed. There were 10 people who had scored more than 150 points. Huang Zirwei from Class 1 even exceeded 160 points and was far ahead. However, the one who received the most attention was Yu Shuiqin, who was ranked second. It had nothing to do with her looks. It was because she was the only girl in the top 5. Girls were born weaker than boys, so her 156 points were very valuable. She might even be the most outstanding student in the West Camp's 101st batch. Of course, in terms of innate talent, Wang Ye believed that he was still the best. Wang Ye was quite frank. If he had transmigrated 2 months earlier, these people from the elite classes wouldn't have appeared so great. He could have even pushed the limits of an ordinary person's body and tried to reach 200 points. Then he would break the camp record. It was not too late now. After he became an evolver, surpassing them was only a matter of time. Speaking of which, Yu Shuiqin is indeed quite beautiful. Wang Ye couldn't help but take a few more glances. Everyone liked beautiful women. The other party looked like a gentle southern woman, just like a lotus flower that rose from the water. She seemed so soft that water would drip out. To be able to look so pretty in the school register, she definitely was even prettier in real life. But it had nothing to do with Wang Ye. He only had one thought now, and that was to become an evolver. Wang Ye closed his laptop and continued to cultivate. Every day, his physical fitness score was rising rapidly. 103 was already in the past. Asterisk. December 20th was the last day of the graduation exam. The students were eager and their auras were majestic. The evolution camp placed a lot of importance on actual combat, and every month, there would be missions to train in the wild. The country spent a lot of resources to nurture evolvers so that they could fight against the endless stream of monsters and protect the people of the country. The special department of the 3 major evolver organizations, namely the rescue team of the evolution camp, the future center of the gene park, and the guardian department of the base defense division, all required at least an A-grade assessment for combat ability before one would be qualified to enter. Hello, Brother Yi. Good morning, Brother Yi. Wang Ye could feel a stark difference in the others' attitudes. On the way to the ground floor's actual combat training hall, the students looked at him with a completely different gaze and treated him with a different attitude than before. It was as if they were looking at a famous person in the school. He became famous all of a sudden. The boys were envious and respectful, while the girls were in love and shy. Wang Ye saw a beautiful figure not far from the entrance to the ground floor. Although she was wearing a student's combat uniform, she had exquisite makeup on. Her soft hair cascaded down her shoulders like a veil. It was obvious that she had just washed it. What a coincidence! Wang Ye greeted Zhao Xiaoyu with a smile. Yes. Zhao Xiaoyu gently nodded her head, her pink cheeks revealing an unnatural smile. In her memory, they had not met since the breakup. Waiting for your best friend? Wang Ye laughed. I. Zhao Xiaoyu hesitated. Waving his hand, Wang Ye walked past her. He naturally knew what she wanted to do. After working for so many years, he had seen all kinds of women. Zhao Xiaoyu was the kind of girl who was very proud. Such girls were usually fresh graduates who had just entered the workplace. She yearned for the future and longed for beautiful love. They were commonly known for wanting everything and being very realistic. To be honest, she was qualified to be like that. However, he was not interested. Looking at Wang Ye's back view, Zhao Xiaoyu pursed her lips tightly as she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She had finally mustered up the courage to take this step, but in the end, she was rebuffed. He wasn't like this before. The actual combat training center was brilliant and grand, warm in winter and cool in summer. This place had the most advanced training equipment and data research. It was the daily training ground for the evolvers in the camp. The center was divided into 4 large areas for 4 classes to take the assessment at the same time. Each area was under the charge of 2 intermediate instructors. 10 beginner instructors and a number of staff members were assigned to be responsible for the assessment and recording of data. Class 23's assessment time was 3 p.m. Wang Ye's arrival caused exclaims of surprise. Celebrity effect. In the original classes, he was now the most popular, even surpassing Huang Zirwei. The instructors were calm and collected, only taking a glance out of the corner of their eyes. They had seen many outstanding students, so they naturally wouldn't make a fuss. They didn't even know who King Ye was. Only an instructor with an empty left sleeve had bright eyes. He whispered a few words to the tall instructor beside him, and the latter nodded in realization. Brother Yi. Lu Yong waved his arms excitedly. His 1.9-meter lanky figure was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Wang Ye nodded and walked over. His gaze fell on the opposite side, and Yu Haitao subconsciously avoided his gaze. The other party's face was expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking from his eyes. However, Wang Ye knew very well that the other party wished he would die. Coincidentally, he felt the same toward the other party. Soon it was 3 o'clock. The combat assessment officially began. According to their IDs, the students whose names were called entered the arena one by one. The assessment was based on a grading system. It was divided into 6 grades: S, very excellent; A, excellent; B, good; C, ordinary; D, poor; and F, failed. Take one of the 3 major departments, the base defense division, as an example. With an F grade, one could only serve in a secretarial position. With a D grade, one could enter the base defense department. With a C grade, one could serve in the internal patrol department. With a B grade, one could join the external patrol department. Only with an A grade and above would one be qualified to enter the ACE division, the guardian department. Most of the students in the ordinary classes would get either a C or D grade. There were very few Bs and even fewer As. The S grade? It was rare even in the elite class. For example, Yu Shuiqin, whose overall physical fitness was as high as 156, only got an A grade evaluation. There were even 3 students in the top 10 who only obtained B and C grades in the actual combat assessment. This was also because they had strong bodies and had obtained good scores in the actual combat segment. If one only looked at the first 2 categories, training time and weapon mastery, the score would be even lower. ID W10123115. Yu Haitao. Training time B, weapon mastery A, actual combat training B. Overall assessment score B. When the staff announced the results, Yu Haitao, who was on stage, held his sword with a shocked expression. His brother had revealed to him in advance the grading standard of the combat assessment, so he ensured that his training time was just enough to get a B. If he wanted to get an A, he would need to spend a lot of time cultivating, and the gains would not make up for the losses. For weapon mastery, his rainbow sword technique had reached the proficient level, and according to the grading standard, he could get an A. However, he did not expect that he would perform so badly in the actual combat with the instructor. Your thoughts are messy, and you have no order. You only attack when fighting, and have no care for the overall situation. You don't have the carefree agility of the rainbow sword technique at all. The sword instructor mercilessly commented. You may leave. Yes, sir. Yu Haitao's hand, which was tightly gripping his sword, trembled violently as he gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Wang Ye, he wouldn't have performed so badly today. After the scores were released yesterday, he fell from the clouds. His mentality collapsed. B. Yu Haitao walked off the stage in a daze. He knew very well what this meant. The gates to the guardian department were closed to him. He could only start as an inspector of the external patrol department after entering the base defense division. Yu Haitao's eyes were lifeless. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, and his mind was empty. The failure of the combat assessment was a huge blow to him, even more than yesterday. Yesterday, he was only embarrassed by Wang Ye, but today he had lost his future. Next, IDW 10122323. Wang Ye. Hearing this name that he hated so much, Yu Haitao suddenly snapped back to reality. Chapter 15. Is he worthy? Training time A. The staff reported the first score, and the instructors nodded in satisfaction. The evolution camp aimed to nurture evolvers who were brave in battle and fearless of death. Please perform your saber techniques. The saber instructor glanced at Wang Ye. The student looked familiar. He should have seen him at the saber training hall before. However, he didn't have a deep impression of the student, so the other party's saber technique level probably wasn't too high. All right. Wang Ye bowed slightly and then began to perform the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. The moment he raised his knife, Instructor Xiao, who had an empty left sleeve, narrowed his eyes. It was indeed him. Perfection. This is a genuine perfection level 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. With Instructor Xiao's strength, he could accurately judge Wang Ye's level from the latter's first move. Although the student's saber technique was a little immature and lacked killing intent, his comprehension of the saber technique and the compatibility of the technique with his body was almost perfect. In terms of level in the saber techniques, the student was on par with him. Not only did this student have amazing talent in saber techniques, but he was also able to polish the basic saber techniques to such perfection. He must have worked very hard and put in a lot of effort. The students of Class 23 were a little surprised at first. In the combat assessment, everyone would perform various routine sword techniques, routine saber techniques, and routine spear techniques. Who would perform basic saber techniques? As everyone knew, basic techniques were extremely ineffective in actual combat. However, as they watched Wang Ye perform the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques, they were inexplicably attracted. It was as if he was not performing a saber technique, but demonstrating it, perfectly displaying the charm of the saber technique. They didn't understand, but they were amazed. This was especially true for the students who were also learning saber techniques. They felt as if they had suddenly gained an epiphany. What kind of rubbish were the routine saber techniques they had practiced before? This was the real saber technique. The saber instructor's eyes widened. Rating? Was he worthy? He himself was still at the bottleneck of the mastery level, just 1 step away from the perfection level. Yet, this student from the ordinary class had already achieved that level. It was unbelievable. The saber instructor was entranced. The weapon mastery assessment was supposed to only last for half a minute, but it was only when the swords instructor beside him reminded him that the saber instructor snapped back to his senses and immediately called for Wang Ye to stop. The saber instructor's eyes sparkled as he praised endlessly. Perfection, simply perfection. He looked at the 2 intermediate instructors sitting at the main seat and saw that Instructor Xiao nodded with a smile. Weapon mastery S. When the staff member reported in a slightly hoarse voice, the student's first reaction was not to clamor, but to be dumbfounded. Then, under Lu Yong's red-faced wild roar, a monstrous wave was set off. The first S grade. Although it was only one of the 3 tests of the combat assessment, it was the first S grade in Class 23. Yu Haitao's eyes widened with anger. How was he worthy? The ordinary basic saber techniques were on a completely different level from his rainbow sword technique. What right did Wang Ye have to get an S grade? Was he taking advantage of loopholes in the rules? The third segment is actual combat. A young instructor had just stood up when he felt pressure on his shoulder as a light voice sounded in his ear. Instructor Xiao, who was sitting in the main seat, walked out with a smile. Let me do it. Another intermediate instructor smiled knowingly, knowing that his old friend was interested. They were the second batch of evolvers. They encountered a nightmare-level monster during a rescue mission and were seriously injured. As a result, they had no choice but to retire from the front lines and return to the evolution camp as instructors. Sabers focus on offense and neglect defense. Instructor Xiao wasn't tall, but when he drew his saber, he instantly exuded a majestic aura. Let me see how good your saber technique's defense is. Saber technique's defense? What a coincidence. It was just SOSO. Please advise me. Wang Ye entered the zone. He could feel the strong aura emitted by the one-armed instructor. It was the killing intent that had been honed from countless killings in the wild. The moment the other party attacked, it was as if the most ferocious mutated monster was coming at him. It was a very ordinary saber technique, a clean slash, but it was at the perfection level. He doesn't want to take advantage of me, huh? Wang Ye raised his saber to block and retreat. The one-armed instructor didn't display his absolute strength to crush others. The instructor's control of strength was on par with his own, and his control of the body was also meticulous. But in just a moment, the one-armed instructor's coming attacks were like a thunderstorm. His steps were fast, and his attacks were as fast as lightning. He didn't give Wang Ye any chance to catch his breath. He is indeed powerful. Even if Wang Ye wanted to attack, he couldn't. Although the one-armed instructor was using the same 9 forms of the basic saber techniques as him, the former's battle experience, awareness, and killing intent contained in the saber technique far exceeded his current self. If he were to attack the other party, he would lose unless the instructor kept one hand to himself. Limit break skill, comprehensive saber technique. Wang Ye responded calmly. This was the first time he had used the limit break skill, comprehensive saber technique in a real battle. He had already simulated it countless times in the space of consciousness. The 9 moves were combined into one, forming the comprehensive saber technique and an airtight defense. Compared to offense, the limit break skill, comprehensive saber technique was better at defense. It was a perfect combination of the basic saber techniques and flawless. No matter which angles the attacks came from, he could deal with them steadily like an airtight round shield. The more Instructor Xiao attacked, the happier he became. He had seen many types of defensive saber techniques, but this was the first time he had seen the one used by this student. It was simple and ordinary, but it returned to the essence of saber techniques. It contained a profound mystery that even he could not understand. The student had only connected the 9 moves, but the saber moves were perfectly linked and had endless variations. From beginning to end and from end to beginning. Wonderful. He did not expect to find such a good seedling in the ordinary classes. Even the few genius students in the elite classes who had obtained an S-grade rating for their saber techniques were not as good as this student. Very outstanding. Moreover, his potential was limitless. In particular, to be able to practice the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques to such a level, his willpower was impeccable. Bang! When the 2 sabers finally clashed, Instructor Xiao took a few steps back and put away his saber. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. The tall instructor at the main seat laughed and gave him a thumbs up. All the instructors were in a heated discussion, nodding non-stop. Combat practice S. The staff reported the final result. After the students were stunned for a moment and immediately cheered. Another S grade. It was simply incomparable. Zhao Xiaoyu was stunned. Wang Ye's shocking strength struck the depths of her heart, causing her heart to race. There was only one person who could not accept it at all. I'm not convinced. Why? Yu Haitao stood up angrily, veins bulging on his neck. Wang Ye had been beaten up from the beginning to the end. He hadn't even taken the initiative to attack. The instructor's attacks were not strong. Although he had the initiative because he had controlled his strength, it gave people the feeling that he was simply practicing a routine. Instructor Xiao glanced at Yu Haitao and ignored him. He continued to chat with the tall instructor. Why? The instructor looked at Yu Haitao as if he was looking at an ignorant teenager. With his saber techniques, he can be an instructor in the saber training hall. You can't understand it because you're too weak. The words were like knives. Many students held back their laughter. Wang Ye didn't. He covered his mouth and laughed out loud. This instructor was too mean. I. Yu Haitao's face turned red and he didn't know how to respond. He wasn't trying to challenge the instructor's authority. He just acted on impulse. What do you mean? If you're not convinced, you can come up and fight. Let's see if your swordsmanship is weaker or his saber skills are stronger. The instructor retorted. Yu Haitao gritted his teeth and squeezed out the ugliest smile in his life as he sat down. He was not stupid. The huge difference in physical fitness alone was not something that weapons could make up for. Besides, Wang Ye was in the limelight, so there was no need to provoke him at this time. There would always be a chance. Seeing Yu Haitao swallow his anger and admit defeat, Wang Ye sighed in his heart. What a good opportunity. Unfortunately, the other party didn't take the bait. What was that move called? Instructor Xiao chuckled. Comprehensive saber technique, Wang Ye said. Self-created. Instructor Xiao couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Of course. Wang Ye didn't hesitate. Well, he had indeed comprehended it himself. Very outstanding. You have a bright future. Instructor Xiao was full of praise. The staff quickly announced the results of the combat assessment. IDW 1012323. Wang Ye. Training time A. Weapon mastery S. Actual combat training S. Overall assessment score S. Class 23 was in an uproar again. The cheers went straight to the ceiling. Chapter 16, 3 choices. The graduation examination came to an end. In the evolution camp, 3 students were at the center of discussions. The first student was Huang Zirwei from Class 1, ranked first in Batch 101. His physical fitness score was over 160, and he had an S grade in the actual combat assessment. The second student was Yu Shuiqin from Class 2, the best among the girls. Not only was she good at fighting, but her looks were extremely good. It was said that she could already vaguely sense the existence of Moon Web. The third student was Wang Ye from Class 23, a classic example of a sudden prodigy from the ordinary classes. He wasn't as talented as the elite classes students, and he didn't have good resources or conditions. However, relying on his own hard work, he fought his way to the top among 3,000 students. His S-grade combat assessment made it enough for him to enter the special departments of the evolution camp's 3 major institutions. Moon Web. Wang Ye focused his thoughts. The sound of water trickling could be heard, and a beautiful scene appeared in his mind. It was very moist. Then his consciousness flew out. A huge amount of life force, the omnipresent cosmic energy, as well as a faintly discernible existence in the boundless sky. Even though it was far away, he could still feel it faintly, like sunlight. Crack! The bathroom door was pushed open. Xu Mingyu, who was wrapped in a white towel, walked out. Her fair and smooth face was covered in water droplets. She smiled gently and sat beside him. What are you thinking about? Thinking about the front and back. Wang Ye blinked. No, I can't take it anymore. Xu Mingyu looked at Wang Ye with her sparkling eyes. Have you ever thought about which organization you would enter after becoming an evolver? That's too far away. Wang Ye grabbed her soft waist. I have to be injected with the evolution drug and become an evolver first. Then, I have to pass the rookie trial before I can join one of the 3 major evolver organizations. Tell me your thoughts, Xu Mingyu said softly. Wang Ye thought about it and said, of the 3 special departments, the future center of the Gene Park is close to home. It has the highest priority for nurturing evolvers and has the highest degree of freedom. Other than training, I won't have to worry about anything else. All the resources will be provided by the country, which is quite good. The Guardian Department of the Base Defense Division has the highest authority and influence among the 3 major evolver organizations. It has a lot of room for promotion in the future, and its resources are second only to the Future Center. I'll have to deal with all kinds of monsters, and there will be a lot of missions. Overall, it's not bad. As for the rescue team of the evolution camp, it's too selfless, and the missions are too complicated. I'm not considering it. Wang Ye looked at Xu Mingyu, who slightly lowered her head. There was a little disappointment in her voice. He knew what she was thinking. Don't worry. No matter where I go, our relationship won't change. Really? Xu Mingyu's eyes were filled with joy. Wang Ye nodded. There were 2 people he was most grateful to over the past month. One was Song Shirwei from the rescue team. She had saved his body in the wild so that he was not torn up by mutated monsters. If there was a chance, he must repay her. The other was Xu Mingyu, who had been treating him and warming him. 3 days later, the list of people who will receive the evolution drug will be announced. I have to become an evolver first. Wang Ye left Xu Mingyu's soft embrace and continued to cultivate the life evolution method. On December 24th, the students were in their respective dorms, frantically refreshing the intranet. At noon, the list of those who could take the evolution drug would be released. Basically, students who had passed the comprehensive physical examination, whose physical fitness score was up to standard, and whose combat assessment was not the F grade could enter the long list. I got it. Haha. I can become an evolver. Don't be happy too early. The mortality rate of the evolution drug is not low. Let's exchange our bank card passwords first as insurance. At least if something happens to us, the bank won't benefit from our deaths. Heh. Your debt is already late. Just as the students of class 23 were celebrating, someone suddenly realized that something was wrong. Look, is Wang Ye not on the list of people who will receive the evolution drug? Yeah, Brother Ye's ID is W1012323, right? He really isn't on the list. What's going on? Why can't Brother Ye be injected with the evolution drug? Could it be that his graduation examination results were so good that he was recruited by the special departments in advance? Shit. The evolution camp doesn't have an early recruitment. Everyone has to be injected with the evolution drug first and participate in the rookie trial. Only after that can they join the 3 major organizations for evolvers. Based on my experience, there's a high chance that Wang Ye's body has a problem. Ha 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 ha. In the dormitory, Yu Haitao could not help but laugh heartily. He looked at the list again and was very sure that Wang Ye's ID wasn't on it. The depression and unhappiness of the past few days were instantly thrown into the clouds. Wasn't Wang Ye awesome? Wasn't he first place in the ordinary classes in terms of physical fitness? Didn't he get an S grade in the combat assessment? What was the use? If Wang Ye could not be injected with the evolution drug, his physical fitness score would never exceed 200 even if he cultivated the life evolution technique to the limit. In contrast, as long as he successfully completed his evolution and cultivated an advanced evolution technique, he would be able to become a genetic warrior very quickly. At that time, he would beat up Wang Ye. A level 1 genetic warrior's physical fitness score was at least 250. You're finished. Yu Haitao's smile was unbridled. When he became an evolver, it would be Wang Ye's death. Good thing you held back and didn't get back together with him. Huang Ju patted her chest. Yeah. Zhao Xiaoyu looked at the computer screen. She had been conflicted about whether she should bring up the matter of getting back together with Wang Ye. Wang Ye's calm and indifferent attitude made it impossible for her to figure out what he was thinking. Fortunately, our decision back then was correct. Huang Ju smiled. If he can't become an evolver, he can only find a job after returning to the base city. He's a refugee, and his family's conditions aren't good. You'll only suffer if you're with him. You won't have a future. Yeah. Zhao Xiaoyu closed her laptop. This time she was really relieved. The two of them were not on the same path. After becoming an evolver, she would be above Wang Ye. Asterisk. The ground floor, the second floor of the hall. Wang Ye pushed open the door and entered. He glanced at the 3 instructors at the table. On the left was the instructor of class 23, on the right was the head instructor of all the students in batch 101, and in the middle was Instructor Xiao, who had sparred with him during the actual combat assessment. Sit. Head Instructor Li, who was sitting on the right, waved his hand. Wang Ye nodded and sat down. Have you seen the list for the evolutionary drug? Head Instructor Li asked. Yes, Wang Ye replied. Even if Head Instructor Li didn't look for him, he still planned to ask for an answer. Why? Your hair and blood test results are out. It's not up to standard. It doesn't meet the requirements for the drug. Head Instructor Li went straight to the point. A question mark popped up in Wang Ye's head. What? Could it be that he was Rh negative? There are remnants of mutated monsters' blood crystals in your blood. To put it simply, you've been contaminated, Head Instructor Li said. But I didn't mutate. Wang Ye understood, but he was still a little confused. If the concentration of the blood crystals is not high and your body is strong enough, you might not mutate. The evolution substance contained in the evolution drug is essentially another kind of blood crystal. If you are injected with it, there is a high chance that there will be a conflict. Wang Ye nodded. The mutated monster's blood crystals left in his body were most likely due to frequent injuries in his early stages of training in the wild. Is there a solution? Wang Ye looked at the 3 instructors. If not, they wouldn't have specially called him over. You have 3 choices. Instructor Xiao looked at Wang Ye. First, receive treatment to remove the contaminated blood crystals in your blood. Then you'll be injected with the evolution drug. How long will it take? Wang Ye asked. 3 months. Instructor Xiao said. However, the blood crystals can't be completely eliminated, though at least 90% will be gone. During this period, you must stay in the camp and can't go out into the wild. Wang Ye nodded. Second, give up on becoming an evolver. Instructor Zhao's eyes flashed with regret. Even after the surgery, there will still be some blood crystal remnants in your blood cells. The probability of your evolution failing will be much higher than that of ordinary students. How high? Wang Ye asked. More than 3 times. With your current physical strength, the probability of failure is about 30%. Instructor Xiao paused. Even if you cultivate the life evolution technique to the limit and your physical fitness is close to 200, the failure rate is still around 20%. Wang Ye nodded. Third, I can go through the procedures and help you apply for an evolution fruit. Instructor Xiao looked at Wang Ye. But according to the rules, you may not have time to receive treatment. You must start evolving at the same time as the other students. What is the evolution probability? Wang Ye asked. 40% success, 30% mutation, 30% death. Instructor Zhao's words were sharp. Wang Ye laughed. Then I'll have to trouble you guys. He stood up and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Wang Ye, think about it again. It's better to complete the treatment and evolve after 3 months. Head Instructor Li said earnestly. No, thank you. Wang Ye declined. Wait for 3 months? In the apocalypse, every additional day meant an additional variable. Furthermore, Yu Haitao's strength would be far ahead in 3 months. At that time, his death rate would only be higher. Since you've decided, I'll help you apply for the evolution fruit. Instructor Xiao smiled. He admired Wang Ye's courage. Becoming an evolver was a path full of thorns. If one retreated in the face of difficulties, one's future achievements would be limited. Back when they signed up for the Tinder plan, they had absorbed the blood sea's water to evolve. They had truly put their life on the line. Thank you. Wang Ye turned around and left. 40% success rate? It was already very high. He didn't believe that his luck would be so bad that he would die a second time. Chapter 17. Evolution. December 27th, 7 a.m. West Camp, ground level. The students on Batch 101's name list arrived one after another in an orderly manner. Their expressions were all different, either nervous, afraid, expectant, or excited. It was a huge gamble to be injected with the evolution drug. There were 3 possibilities. 1. Successful evolution where one's gene would transform. One's consciousness would then connect to Moonweb and become a true evolver. 2. Mutation would occur where a red light alarm would appear. The body would have a strong rejection reaction to the drug, and one's genes would be destroyed, causing permanent damage to the body. That, or one's genes would mutate and they would evolve into inhuman monsters. 3. Evolution failed, leading to death. The reason why the death rate of the evolution camp students was so high was because of the evolution drug. The students of Class 23 gathered under the guidance of their instructors. When they saw Wang Ye, all the students had puzzled looks on their faces. Yu Haitao was especially confused. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid that he would be slapped in the face again. Wang Ye, aren't you not on the list? Lu Yong could not help but ask. Yes, Wang Ye nodded. But the instructor helped me apply for an evolution fruit. There was an uproar as well as all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. The evolution fruit was a fruit born by a plant that had evolved. It was very rare. The evolution substance contained in it was gentle and easy to absorb, making the success rate much higher than the evolution drug. Many of them knew that Yu Haitao had stolen Wang Ye's evolution fruit. So what? The current Wang Ye not only surpassed Yu Haitao in all aspects. Moreover, he didn't need to rely on luck. Just by showing his extraordinary potential in the graduation exam, the evolution camp had directly given him an evolution fruit. In the future, the gap between him and Yu Haitao would only get bigger. Asterisk. Asterisk. In the assembly square, a ray of sunlight shone down. The huge display screen was playing a battle between Huaxia experts and the super monsters. Every sword and every blade seemed to be able to split the world apart, far exceeding the limits of a human. The experts could fight in the air, traveling at light speed. Their bodies were stronger than monsters. They were saving homeless refugees. They protected Huaxia Base City. Wang Ye stared at the screen. Even though he had watched it countless times, it was still thrilling and made his blood boil every time he watched it. Although he was a little greedy and lecherous, that was human nature. It did not affect his sincere patriotic heart at all. At the end of the video, a cold-looking young man in a black battle suit slashed out a dazzling saber in the air and killed a humanoid spider demon with 8 dark green sickle limbs. The aftershock of the saber energy even flattened a skyscraper. Not far behind him, a pure and flawless girl in white clothes spread her arms in the air. Even through the screen, one could feel the bone-piercing coldness. She froze a super monster that was several stories tall into a statue and instantly shattered it. The strongest person in Huaxia, and also the strongest person in humanity, Yao. The #1 ability user in Huaxia and the 3rd in the world, Xueling. Of course, Wang Ye recognized them. Currently, the 2 hottest heroes in Huaxia were both very young. Both of them were not from the evolution camp. The evolution camp was established in 2046 after the base cities were established one after another. Blue Planet Alliance began to explore the best path for human evolution in an orderly manner. Even the first batch of students had only been cultivating for 4 years. Currently, there were 2 types of top-notch experts in the world. The first type was the human evolvers who rose from chaos and despair in the year 2045 when the catastrophe first broke out. They either drank the blood sea's water to evolve out of desperation or unintentionally evolved by absorbing the red rain, such as Yao. The second type was the evolvers from the end of 2045 to the beginning of 2046. Each country had carefully selected batches after batches of Tinder. They were either soldiers who were not afraid of death, patients with terminal illnesses, or refugees who had no other way out, such as Xueling. They are the pioneers of mankind, the brave warriors who opened up the road, and the strong warriors who protect Huaxia. The chief instructor was making the final speech. His loud and clear voice spread throughout the square and fell into the ears of every student. In the past, the chances of survival for evolution were slim. They didn't cultivate the life evolution technique, and only 1 in 100 survived from drinking the blood sea's water. With the advancement of scientific research and the selfless dedication of evolvers, the Research Institute used the blood of evolvers as a source to extract evolution substances, researching and improving generations of evolution drugs. The body's rejection of the drug has thus been greatly reduced, and the compatibility has become higher. The possibility of evolution has been greatly increased. Now, with the life evolution technique, the failure rate of the 5th-generation evolution drug has been reduced to the minimum. However, all of you still need to remember that you must not give up when you are faced with a desperate situation. You must persevere with your determination and win, just like the ancestors of Huaxia. Now, I announce the start of the evolution. The 10 medical cabins started working at the same time. The students lined up with anticipation. The injections were carried out in an orderly manner. The students on their turn would enter a fully enclosed medical cabin, isolated from the outside world. Researchers monitored and recorded the data in the medical cabins while medical staff treated the patient. If the student mutated into a non-human monster, the genetic warriors in the cabin would kill it mercilessly. Lu Yong had told Wang Ye all this with a trembling voice. He was very nervous. Who wouldn't be nervous for the first time? Once the needle was inserted, would the process stop if the bleeding didn't? Would one panic if one didn't bleed at all? Don't think too much. I have to become an evolver first. Yu Haitao's ID was W1012315, ahead of Wang Ye. Although the matter of Wang Ye obtaining an evolution fruit made him very uncomfortable, he had to force himself not to think about it. The lesson of the combat assessment was still fresh in his mind. Yu Haitao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he strode into the medical cabin. Half an hour later, W10122323, Wang Ye. The crew opened the hatch. Wang Ye nodded and entered after verifying his identity. Pa! The cabin door closed and locked with a ding. There was the strong smell of disinfectant mixed with a hint of blood. Wang Ye's gaze swept over the white cabin, the inside of which was equipped with a disinfecting and purifying machine, as well as a huge CT-like machine in the center of the cabin. On the left was a researcher wearing glasses, and on the right was a fully armed medical staff. A tall man in horned armor stood by the wall. He had his arms crossed and his eyes were closed. He was expressionless, but he gave off great pressure. A genetic warrior of the West Camp. He was there to prevent accidents or mutations from happening during the evolution process. Take off your shoes and lie down, the male doctor said to Wang Ye. Kaka, for rings sounded. Wang Ye's hands and feet were fixed. A buckle appeared at his waist and connected to the computer data. Buzz. The machine rolled his body into the machine. The injection was carried out in a completely enclosed environment. It was purely machine-operated to avoid human error and the possibility of genetic mutation. The light in front of Wang Ye gradually disappeared and was replaced by the cold interior of the machine. Wang Ye's heartbeat accelerated slightly. The metal plate behind his head slowly fell, and only the sound of breathing could be heard in the confined space. Open your mouth. A voice rang out. Wang Ye opened his mouth and a mechanical arm grabbed a round fruit. Before he could see the fruit, it had already been put into his mouth. It's not easy to swallow food while lying down. Wang Ye had just finished complaining in his heart when the fruit melted in his mouth. In an instant, a huge amount of energy surged into his body and spread throughout his entire body. It was here. Another evolution fruit. He's different from the one just now. The fruit was given to him by the evolution camp. The two doctors looked at the screen and chatted. Why is the success rate so low, only 45%? The researcher didn't even raise his head as he said, he has the mutated monster's blood crystals in his body, so there are many more variables. The probability is just a reference. It's not accurate. According to the current big data, the success rate of the first batch of experts who used the blood seawater to evolve might not even be 1%. The female doctor looked at the bullhorn genetic warrior leaning against the wall and said, the injection for batch 101 is almost done. Captain Tong, what do you think of this batch of seedlings? How many of them can enter your rescue team? The bullhorn genetic warrior opened his eyes and said expressionlessly, they're just a bunch of cowards who have never left the base city. They don't know how scary the real monsters are. Rescue team? They have to survive the rookie trial first. Beep, beep, beep. As he spoke, the machine suddenly sounded an alarm and lit up a red light. The medical staff's expressions changed instantly and they quickly got into position. The bullhorn genetic warrior raised his head. His tall and muscular body stood upright, and his ice-cold eyes emitted a cold light. The red light alarm meant that the student had mutated in the evolution process. There were only two possibilities. Either the student's genes would be destroyed and his body would be permanently damaged, or his genes would mutate and he would evolve into an inhuman monster. Wait a little longer. The researcher who monitored the data from beginning to end and adjusted his glasses. The blood crystals are still reacting in the body, and the process hasn't ended yet. The student's life is in good condition, and his will is very strong. Thump, 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 thump. Wang Ye's limbs shook uncontrollably. He clenched his jaw, his eyes bloodshot. If it wasn't for the fact that he was stuck, he might have already broken free from the restraints and was on the verge of going berserk. Powerful and terrifying energy circulated in his body, but it seemed like it couldn't find a home or a place to rest. Wang Ye was covered in blood and was trapped. He vaguely knew what had happened, but he could not believe it. Only a line of words appeared in his mind. The heavens were jealous of talents. Will. Wang Ye gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with determination. He would first use his strong will to survive. If his evolution failed, then so be it. As long as he could survive this, he would have a chance to turn things around. Give up? Absolutely not. F***ck. What a great injustice. I really want to become an evolver. Damn it. I can't accept this. I must survive. I haven't married yet. I haven't played with Dr. Shu in her uniform yet. I haven't found a second, third, or fourth mistress. I haven't had a threesome yet. Blonde beauties, internation models, lesbians, anime girls, furry. No, mo girls. I haven't done it with female celebrities either. Wang Ye's strong will to survive made every part of his blood boil, unyielding. Ripples appeared in the depths of his mind, and a spot of light that Wang Ye was familiar with appeared. His talent, the interface, it was a shining ball of light that looked like a jade carving. It was pure and flawless, and he seemed to vaguely see the number 6. Shortly after, the jade ball of light emitted a dazzling light. A tremendous amount of energy was released, and the depths of his brain were greatly expanded. The depths of his soul were shaking. In that instant, his consciousness became extremely clear, and his life was sublimated at this moment. Awakened ability user. Initial life, beginner planet sublevel life. His evolution was successful. Wang Ye was pleasantly surprised when he saw the familiar notifications in front of him. As expected, his talent was reliable. Although it was very different from what he had expected, the result was very impressive. Not only did he complete his evolution, but he also awakened a rare ability among beginner evolvers. He had become an ability user. Chapter 18. Free is the most expensive. Inside the medical cabin, the medical staff, who were waiting in full alert, were stunned when they saw the red light of the machine turning green. Did he succeed? Did he fail? Or was the machine broken? Impossible. How is this possible? The researcher muttered to himself and shook his head as he checked the data. It's too rare to reverse mutation and successfully evolve. Crack. The sealed metal board raised and the device buzzed as it sent Wang Ye out. Prepare the anesthetic. The female doctor turned on the surgical light. Regardless of whether the evolution was successful or not, the first thing to do was to treat him. She leaned forward slightly and opened Wang Ye's eyes. Can you hear me? It's very big. Wang Ye didn't finish his sentence. The female doctor lowered her head. The corners of the male doctor's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the researcher. The latter wiped the sweat from his forehead and said seriously, "There is no blood crystal reaction in his body. His bodily functions are good. His various indicators are rising continuously. His reaction is normal. There are no signs of mutation. Start the surgery." The female doctor picked up the scalpel. West Camp Main Hall. Yu Haitao was registering to collect his apartment card and rookie equipment. He was as excited as the other students. He had finally become an evolver. Moreover, his body's evolution rate was estimated to be over 100%. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Many researchers and doctors rushed through the hall toward the assembly square. What happened? Yu Haitao asked. I heard that a student absorbed the evolution fruit and his body rejected it. The staff said while entering information without looking up. Evolution fruit rejection? Which class? Yu Haitao's heart skipped a beat and he suppressed his joy. Not many students in the ordinary classes had evolutionary fruits. At this time, it was almost certain who it was. I don't know. The staff member activated the room card and handed it to Yu Haitao. After you collect your equipment, look for the teacher. He will help you quickly adapt to your new identity, learn how to connect to Moonweb, and prepare for the rookie trial in 7 days. All right? Yu Haitao kept the room card and couldn't hide his smile. A few staff members were talking behind him. It's a student from class 23, Old Zhang. What's his ID? Let me check. There are really many accidents today. That girl from class 2, Yu Shuiqin, evolved and directly awakened into an ability user. Can you imagine that? Her potential is just terrifying. IDW 10122323, Wang Ye. Ha 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 ha. Yu Haitao couldn't hold back his excitement anymore and laughed heartily. To think Wang Ye would have such a day. In the medical cabin, many advanced researchers and chief doctors gathered. When the suture was finally completed, the female doctor heaved a sigh of relief. She took off her surgical gloves and left. Her entire body was wet. She had never been supervised live by so many department directors and PhD supervisors. She was so nervous that she almost peed her pants. How's the data? Everything is normal. His life force is stable. His genes have been perfected and broken through. His blood contains the evolution substance. In theory, his evolution is successful, but it's very strange. His body's evolution rate is less than 50%. Impossible. The first evolution of a genetic warrior would require at least 60% evolution of the body. Less than 50% is a mutation. No, his genetic test is intact. There are no signs of damage or mutation. Wait, is it possible that he awakened as an ability user? No. Although his brain response is higher than ordinary people, it is still far from the threshold. Besides, the probability of awakening as an ability user during one's first life evolution is extremely low. Maybe his potential to be a genetic warrior is not enough. No matter what, it's a good thing he could evolve successfully. Yes, this is a miracle of human will, a very good example. Yes, as long as one doesn't give up, there's hope. Asterisk. Night, West Camp Hospital. Wang Ye slowly woke up. This was the longest he had slept in over a month. The anesthetic was too strong. The injuries aren't serious. They'll heal in 5 days and won't affect the rookie trial in 7 days. Wang Ye made a rough estimate. He had a lot of experience in dealing with injuries which had almost never stopped for more than a month. With a thought, the interface instantly appeared. 6. Wang Ye. Life level. Beginner planet sublevel life. Cultivation system. Pregenetic warrior. Awakened ability user. Cultivation technique. Life evolution technique. Perfect. Battle technique. 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. Limit break skill. Comprehensive saber technique. Potential points. 6.6. It was indeed not an illusion. Wang Ye grinned. Beginner planet sublevel life should be equivalent to the beginner rank evolvers. There's an additional column for cultivation system. There were 2 paths for human evolvers. Ordinary people cultivated the life evolution technique. After successfully evolving, they would become genetic warriors, and they would be graded according to their body strength. If the fitness score was less than 250, one would be considered a pregenetic warrior. 250 to 500, a level 1 genetic warrior. 500-1000, a level 2 genetic warrior. 1000 to 2000, a level 3 genetic warrior. 2000 was the physical limit of a beginner genetic warrior. One would then need to evolve again. As for ability users, he knew nothing about them at all. How could he have thought that one day he would become an awakened ability user that even the elite class students dreamed of? I have to check the information about ability users. Wang Ye asked a nurse for a laptop and connected it to the Evolution Camp's intranet. He quickly checked. The essence of an ability user's cultivation was to absorb and use cosmic energy, transforming it into one's own ability. The abilities were divided into 5 major types: strengthening, release, control, elemental, and transformation. Each type of ability was different. Apart from the 5 major types, there was also the independent specialty type. Every awakened ability user would choose a type of ability to cultivate after connecting to Moonweb. Every ability user will form a star core after awakening. With the star core as the core, absorb cosmic energy by cultivating the evolution technique, then convert the energy into the type of ability chosen, which will raise the ability user's level. Wang Ye focused his mind. When his consciousness entered the depths of his brain, he soon saw chaos. At the center where the chaos connected, there was a shining point. It was the jade ball of light that he had seen when he had failed to evolve. No star core? Or was it the star core? Wang Ye could feel the majestic life force in the jade ball of light. It was exactly the same as the description in the information, but the form was completely different. Let's try connecting to Moonweb first. Wang Ye was very eager. Moonweb was known by the Blue Star Alliance as a gift from the gods and the hope of mankind. Looking in the direction of the moon, Wang Ye could feel a special presence, like an anchor not far away. His consciousness could easily touch it. It seemed to be at the center of the moon, but it also seemed to be the moon itself. Ding! With a thought, he instantly connected to Moonweb just like a network connection. Was it that simple? Wang Ye was a little surprised. Then, he entered a magical world that was like VR. 3 illusionary mirrors that were flashing with light appeared in front of him. They were arranged on the left, middle, and right. However, only the first mirror on the left was bright and rippling, indicating that it was open. It was the cultivation technique area, where beginner rank evolvers could enter. After entering, he saw 2 doors, one for genetic warriors and the other for ability users. Wang Ye pushed open the ability user's door, but an invisible barrier blocked him. Why did it not let him in? After trying many times, Wang Ye turned around and pushed open the genetic warrior's door. He preferred to be a melee warrior anyway. Evolution method, combat technique. 2 options appeared in front of him. Wang Ye selected the evolution technique category. Immediately, 13 crystal balls of different colors appeared and floated in the air. There was only one white crystal ball in the top row, with the words, Basic Evolution Technique. He placed his hand on it, and all the contents of the basic evolution technique instantly appeared in his mind. Movement, breathing, rhythm, and all the details of the technique were presented one by one. It was easier to understand than the online teaching of the Blue Planet Alliance. The second row had 6 blue crystal balls. They were marked with the words Armor Barbarian Evolution Technique, Water Bear Evolution Technique, Thunder Leopard Evolution Technique, Cloud Falcon Evolution Technique, Diamond Evolution Technique, and Red Sun Evolution Technique. They corresponded to the 6 physical aspects of a genetic warrior, namely strength, flexibility, speed, agility, durability, and essence. The more prominent the attribute, the higher the compatibility. Is the Red Sun Evolution Technique the most compatible with me? Wang Ye could see that the Red Sun Evolution Technique had the most brilliant blue light, followed by the Cloud Falcon Evolution Technique. The Lightning Leopard Evolution Technique's light intensity was similar to the Armor Barbarian Evolution Technique, and the Water Bear Evolution Technique, which represented flexibility, had the dullest color. It proved that his essence was the strongest, followed by agility, speed, strength, and durability, while the worst was flexibility. He was indeed a real man, but God knows if he would go bald early. In the third row were 6 red crystal balls. The light was unusually dim. They were advanced evolution techniques suitable for women. They were definitely not suitable for him unless he became trans. Wang Ye wasn't in a hurry to choose. He first entered the combat technique interface. It was all-encompassing, and there were various combat techniques, including countless weapons, fists, and even feet. Unlike evolution techniques, there was no way to determine the compatibility of combat techniques. Only after practicing could one know. When Wang Ye selected the saber technique icon, 18 crystal sabers of different styles appeared. Including the 9 forms of the basic saber techniques, there were a total of 18 basic saber techniques. He gently held the handle of the saber marked with the thunderous explosion saber technique and instantly saw a figure executing the saber technique. The moves, movements, and details were perfectly presented in his mind. Thunder roared as if the performer was right in front of him. The effect was far better than the instructor's guidance. However, in order to truly master the technique and make it his own, he still needed a lot of practice and actual combat. No wonder the instructor told us not to be in a hurry to learn routine saber techniques and to build a good foundation first. Wang Ye let go of the handle of the saber that was recorded with the explosive thunderblade technique. In just a short while, he had already grasped a small part of the essence of the explosive thunder saber technique. It should be quite fast for him to reach the beginner level since his basic saber technique was already at the limit break level. Although cultivating like this was far inferior to what was shown on his talent interface, it was already very impressive. Most importantly, everything here was free. But free is often the most expensive, Wang Ye silently retorted. He felt that there was something strange about the existence of Moonweb. From the descent of the red light, the rampaging of cosmic monsters, the outbreak of the Great Disaster, to the appearance of human evolvers and the discovery of Moonweb, It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. I hope I'm just overthinking. Wang Ye didn't think too much about it and returned to the evolution technique area. He began to cultivate the red sun evolution technique. There was no need to get out of bed and move about. Cultivating in Moonweb was just like Dr. Shu, fully automatic. As long as he placed his hand on the round ball, cultivation would immediately begin. It was very taxing on one's consciousness. After cultivating for 2 hours, Wang Ye's head began to feel dizzy. The red sun evolution technique was an advanced evolution technique, and it was more than 10 times more difficult than the life evolution method, which was built for ordinary people. Even if the effects of comprehension were greatly increased in Moonweb, it was still very difficult. Work harder. Wang Ye focused his mind. He comprehended it over and over again until every detail of the red sun evolution technique was deeply imprinted in his mind. Basic red sun evolution technique. Beginner. A familiar notification appeared before his eyes, and Wang Ye's body instantly underwent some changes. His essence was brimming as if there was a small sun in his body. He was full of endless energy. So the advanced evolution technique has an additional effect. Wang Ye could clearly feel that his physical fitness had improved, especially his essence. It was probably already a pillar of existence among the 6 aspects. The red sun evolution technique was currently only the basic version. The intermediate version could only be cultivated by intermediate rank evolvers. It's here. Wang Ye saw the basic red sun cultivation technique, beginner, appear in the cultivation column on the interface. His consciousness fell on the plus at the back. Do you wish to spend 5 potential points to upgrade the basic red sun evolution technique? Yes. Wang Ye's body instantly changed. His cells seemed to have been activated and were filled with life energy. Good heavens! Wang Ye was extremely excited. The little sun in his body was burning, and his blood vessels were surging. He wished he could dash to Dr. Shu's dormitory immediately and teach her everything. Practiced level. His physical fitness had increased once again. When my body recovers and I go to the wilderness, my strength will soar. Wang Ye was full of confidence. Chapter 19. A Blessing in Disasters. West Camp, ground level. The students of Class 23 who had successfully evolved gathered in one of the cultivation rooms in the evolution building. Under the guidance of the teacher, they tried to connect to Moonweb with their consciousness. Concentrate your consciousness. Focus. Activate your power as an evolver. The scene was a mess. Some of the students were so focused that their faces turned red and their necks turned thick. Some tried to focus their consciousness to the point they almost fell asleep. There were even some who fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. Only a few successfully connected to the internet. Teacher, why do I feel dizzy and unable to concentrate after entering Moonweb for a short while? Yu Haitao rubbed his temples and asked in confusion. It's normal. You just have to get used to it. The consciousness of a genetic warrior is relatively weaker, the teacher replied. When a newbie first enters Moonweb, half an hour is the limit. After adapting, they can maintain it for about 1 to 2 hours. So short. Yu Haitao was a little unwilling. He wanted to learn the armor barbarian evolution technique as soon as possible. Unless it's an ability user with a strong and stable consciousness, otherwise 1 to 2 hours a day is enough, the teacher said. After all, you're only comprehending cultivation techniques in Moonweb. The various advanced evolution techniques have to be cultivated in real life to strengthen your physical fitness. It's the same for combat techniques. It's one thing to understand them visually, but it's another to grasp them. Moreover, after becoming evolvers, you have to shoulder the responsibility of protecting your homeland and fighting monsters in the wild. Yes, teacher. The students were impassioned. Continue cultivating and prepare for the rookie trial. Yes, sir. In the infirmary, a ray of sunlight shone on the window. Basic red sun saber art. Beginner. Lights flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes, and the memories in his mind were exceptionally clear. The 3 moves of the red sun saber technique were imprinted in his mind. The first move, Rising Sun, was quick and concise. The second move, Dawn Blade, was as fierce as fire. The third move, Myriad Light, had astonishing speed and explosive power. Coupled with the red sun evolution technique, he was like a fish in water. He worked hard all night. In the beginning, he was still not used to connecting to Moonweb. After he comprehended the red sun evolution technique, he took a 2-hour nap and his consciousness recovered a lot. Then, he connected to Moonweb again and started cultivating the basic routine saber techniques. Out of the 18 sets of basic saber techniques, he was most interested in the Supreme Swift Saber technique, the Red Sun Saber technique, and the Thunderous Explosion Saber technique. The reason why he ultimately chose the Red Sun Saber technique was out of rationality. From the beginning to the end, his essence was the one that stood out from his 6 physical aspects. Mastering the Red Sun Saber technique and reaching the beginner level would be faster than the other 2 sets of saber techniques. On top of that, the stronger his essence, the stronger the power of the Red Sun Saber technique. The Red Sun Saber technique will be used to attack while the Comprehensive Saber technique will be used to defend. It's a perfect combination. Wang Ye got off the bed. His body was recovering well. After becoming an evolver, his body became stronger, thus his recovery ability naturally improved greatly. Plus, he had cultivated the Red Sun evolution technique last night, which filled his body with fiery essence that improved his physique greatly too. He wished he could have sex. Regardless of whether it's the evolutionary technique or the saber technique, the efficiency will be greatly reduced after the beginner level if one only comprehends them in Moonweb. One will still need to practice them together. Only by combining the 2 can they complement each other. That being said, I don't need to do that. To him, the best efficiency was to reach the beginner level in Moonweb, and then rely on his talent and potential points to increase the level. It was simple and crude, saving time and effort. The rest of the time, he would cultivate the Red Sun evolution technique. Whoosh! Wang Ye absorbed cosmic energy and fused it into his body. He carefully sensed the combination of his body's cells with the energy and compared it to the life evolution technique. They were completely different. The life evolution technique is a comprehensive evolution of the body, mind, genes, and so on. In the meantime, the Red Sun evolution technique only focuses on the physical fitness aspect, especially the increase in essence. Wang Ye quickly made a judgment. The Red Sun evolution technique was better. It was an advanced evolution technique exclusive to genetic warriors. In terms of increasing the strength of the body, the beginner-level Red Sun evolution technique was equivalent to the perfect-level life evolution technique. At the proficient level, it was far beyond that. I need potential points. Wang Ye knew exactly what he had to do. The rookie trial was in 10 days. At that time, either he or Yu Haitao would die. No one would let the other off. The Red Sun evolution technique required 10 potential points to go from the practice level to the proficient level. With his current strength, he only needed 3 days. Asterisk. December 30th. You want to be discharged? No. This is too reckless. Xu Mengoyu's expression changed, and she stopped peeling the apple. I've seen your medical records. You have to stay in the hospital for at least 5 days. I've almost recovered. After Wang Ye finished cultivating the Red Sun evolution technique, he let out a sigh. He had recovered faster than he had expected. The Red Sun evolution technique had a special bonus to the strengthening and recovery of one's physique. You can't be so willful. What if your injuries worsen? Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Xu Meng, you couldn't help but pout her red lips. She raised the apple knife and said angrily, "If you mess around, you're going to do surgery on me? I'm afraid you won't be able to cut it," Wang Ye teased. Xu Mengyu snorted and turned her head away, pretending to be angry. "Here, take it." Wang Ye took out a card. "What is it?" "I don't want it." Xu Mengyu sneaked a glance. "It's the room card to my evolver's apartment." Wang Ye stuffed the card into Xu Mengyu's soft hands and said, "If you're not at ease, come over and check my body at any time. If you find anything wrong, send me to the hospital immediately." "That's more like it." Xu Mengyu's expression softened. "I'll go over every night." Wang Ye patted her but, "I'm afraid your body can't take it." Wang Ye. After completing the discharge procedures, Wang Ye went to the second floor of the West Camp Hall, straight to the head instructor's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Wang Ye sat down in front of head instructor Li. Have you been discharged? Head instructor Li placed his hands on the table. Yes. Wang Ye looked at him and said, I'd like to know what happened that day, as well as the various data of my body. Head instructor Li nodded and opened a video on his laptop. He turned to Wang Ye and said, Your evolution this time is a special case. The Data Research Center has already studied it many times. I see. Wang Ye stared at the screen. He watched as the red light alarm went off and his various data changed drastically. Then he saw the red light turn green, and he was pushed out for surgery. I understand. Wang Ye watched the entire video, and all the doubts in the past 2 days were solved. First, he had indeed failed to evolve, and the remaining blood crystals in his body had mutated. Secondly, although he had awakened as an ability user, it was not a normal awakening. His brain response had not reached the threshold, so his interface only showed that he had awakened as an ability. He was not a level 1 ability user yet, which was why he could not open the ability user's door in Moonweb. Third, his talent, the Jade Ball of Light, had saved him. The good news is that your life condition is good and stable. Your genomes have been tested to be intact and will not affect your future cultivation. Head instructor Li crossed his arms and looked at Wang Ye. The bad news is that due to the interference of the mutated blood crystal, the effect of your evolution is extremely poor. The evolution rate of your body is only 47%, which is far lower than the average genetic warrior's 88.9%. Thank you, Wang Ye nodded. He stood up, bowed slightly to head instructor Li, and left. Upon walking out of the head instructor's office, Wang Ye was relieved. His steps were relaxed and he had a smile on his face. 47% body evolution rate? No, head instructor Li had miscalculated. In fact, it was even lower. His physical fitness score was 103 during the exam and 151 when he finished his evolution. From this, his body evolution rate was determined to be 47%. In reality, even after the graduation examination's comprehensive physical assessment, he had never stopped cultivating the perfection-level life evolution technique. By the time he was injected with the evolution drug, his physical fitness score should be around 125 to 130. After evolution, his physical score was 151. This was the result of the evolution of his life level and the natural perfection of the genes. The true evolution rate of his body might not even be 20%. But so what? This time it was a blessing in disguise. If he evolved normally, he would only reach the threshold of a level 1 genetic warrior. But now, apart from being a genetic warrior, he had also opened up a brand new path of cultivation as an ability user. Originally, with his talent, he definitely could not achieve such a feat in a short time. This was because one would be a level 1 ability user upon normal awakening. One could then open the ability user's door in Moonweb and choose one of the abilities to cultivate. In contrast, he had barely awakened as an ability user by the stimulation of his talent. His level as an ability user now was almost equivalent to a pre-genetic warrior. That being said, like all cultivation techniques, the most difficult thing for him was not how to increase his level, but to reach the beginner level. When the words "awakened as an ability user" appeared on his interface, it was only a matter of time before he became a real ability user. As for the losses, they can be ignored. 15 minutes later, Wang Ye walked out of the Data Research Center. He had completed a full body examination and was determined to be very healthy. Not only were there no residual side effects, but his body was also full of vitality and heat. Strength 216, flexibility 188, speed 231, agility 245, durability 197, essence 303, physical fitness score 230. He was only one step away from reaching the threshold of 250 to become a level 1 genetic warrior. It was all thanks to the Red Sun evolution technique. After upgrading it for 2 levels in a row, his physical fitness had improved in all aspects, especially his essence. The improvement was shocking. Yu Haitao should be very happy now. Wang Ye moved his hands. He headed to the equipment warehouse and prepared to set off into the wild. I'll let him jump around for another 2 days and give him a great surprise during the rookie trial. Chapter 20. First battle with a fiend-level monster. Outside the base city, an off-road vehicle printed with the West Camp's logo sped down the long, abandoned highway. The road was bumpy, and dust flew everywhere. This was the Evolver's campsite car, which would make a turn every half an hour. Unlike students, Evolver's hunting targets were powerful monsters that had evolved. Such monsters were almost impossible to encounter within the 10 kilometers radius of the base city. They were at least 20 kilometers away. There were 2 men and a woman in the car, and the atmosphere was lively. Ah, so you're both from the Internal Patrol Department? I thought the Internal Patrol Department only needed to catch mutated humans in the base city. Wang Ye asked curiously. So you need to hunt outside the base city too? Huh, that's right. After all, firefighters don't just put out fires. Besides, we can't earn money if we don't hunt. The female patroller blinked and looked at Wang Ye's face, which had become even more handsome after his gene evolution. Do you plan to come to the base defense division after you pass the rookie trial? If the female patrollers of the Internal Patrol Department are all so beautiful, what's there to consider? Wang Ye smiled and took out his phone. Do give me your contact information, senior sister. I'll ask about your experience when the time comes. Sure. The female patroller was natural and graceful. The male patroller at the side coughed lightly and said seriously, "Don't underestimate the work of an internal patroller. The potential of a person is endless. I once met a mutated human on duty and erupted with strength comparable to a beginner-level evolver at a critical moment. It was very shocking." Wang Ye nodded. I agree. I've seen girls do squats. Usually, they can only do squats a few times, but in a critical moment, they can squat non-stop. Pfft. The female inspector covered her mouth and giggled. The vehicle was parked at encampment number 3, 20 kilometers away from the base city. It was built next to the abandoned Baolong Square and was guarded by base defense personnel. After the reconstruction, Baolong Square was equipped with electricity and internet, where evolvers could eat, rest, and stay for a while. After saying goodbye to the enthusiastic senior sister who wanted to train with him, Wang Ye opened the map on his watch and headed north. Most of the evolvers would head west where there was a large park built by the lake. There were a large number of fiend-level monsters there and even nightmare-level monsters in the lake. He couldn't afford to offend those monsters for the time being. To the south was a large abandoned village that was temporarily under control. It's good to get used to it in advance. Wang Ye saw many rookies like him in encampment number 3. Everyone was preparing for the rookie trial in 4 days. Of course, they were all students from the elite classes. Most of the students from the ordinary classes were still training themselves to connect to Moonweb in the evolution building, cultivating advanced evolution techniques. It's here. Wang Ye, who was running, caught sight of a mutated monster resting on the rubble ahead. Its greenish-black skin was rough and thick, and its majestic hooves were full of explosive power. It let out earth-shaking roars. The red sun saber was unsheathed. Chi! Blood splattered as Wang Ye killed the mutated monster with one slash. His physical fitness score of 230 was more than double when he had gone on his previous hunt. Good saber! Wang Ye's eyes lit up. This red sun saber was forged based on the crystal saber in Moonweb's cultivation technique area, which he had used to comprehend the red sun saber technique. His saber was exactly the same as the crystal saber. Although it was a newbie's equipment, it was quite easy to use, though a little heavy. Once he broke through to become a level 1 genetic warrior, it wouldn't be much of a problem. 0.1 potential point. It was a good start. 5 hours later. Mutated beast killed. Potential points, 3.73.8. Lights flashed in front of his eyes and Wang Ye looked at the sky. As the sun set, the sky gradually darkened. The night in the wilderness was very dangerous. Not bad, I earned 2.2 potential points. Normally, I can probably get around 5 potential points. Compared to the previous 3 potential points per day, his efficiency had almost doubled, and he was very safe. It's rare for me to be unscathed. Wang Ye smiled and ended the work. He had just recovered, so he should take it easy. lest Dr. Shu shed tears again at night. The senior sister's introduction was right. The north of encampment number 3 was indeed more suitable for rookies to hunt. As long as one was not too far away from the encampment, they would not encounter fiend-level monsters. Time to go back to camp. Wang Ye was about to leave when the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. From afar, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. The roars of a furious beast could be heard, mixed with anger and pain. Wang Ye abruptly turned around and saw a cloud of dust flying in the distance. A black monster the size of a car was running toward him. It was huffing out of its nostrils and one of its 2 horns was broken. Its speed was definitely over 200 kilometers per hour. Good Lord! He had encountered a fiend-level monster. It was easy to determine whether a monster was mutated or evolved. Mutated monsters were brought about by genetic mutations. 99% of them looked strange, vicious, and terrifying. Their pupils were red and their minds were unclear as if they had rabies. Meanwhile, evolved monsters basically maintained their original appearance. However, as their genes evolved, they would naturally absorb cosmic energy. As a result, their bodies would enlarge, becoming stronger and more powerful. For example, this fiend-level bison in front of him. Fight? Escape? 2 thoughts flashed through Wang Ye's mind and he made a decision in an instant. Fight, because he couldn't escape. There were no buildings or narrow passageways around, so how could he outrun a sports car? Wang Ye focused and threw away all distracting thoughts. The red sun saber in his hand also became hot. Thump, thump, thump. As the fiend-level bison got closer, he could even hear its heavy breathing and smell its stench. Up close, the difference in size was even greater. The 3-meter-tall fiend-level bison's black and green skin was like natural armor, and its defense far exceeded that of humans of the same level. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Ye quickly changed his position. Although the fiend-level bison was huge, it was extremely agile. It didn't slow down even after adjusting its bearings slightly. It was as if it wanted to send Wang Ye up into the sky. This was definitely a male bison. Limit break skill, comprehensive saber technique. Wang Ye couldn't find an opportunity to attack. He used the red sun saber to form a circle, moving as he deflected the fiend-level bison's shocking impact. His blood churned as the saber collided with the bison's broken horn, and he retreated rapidly. His arm went numb. What terrifying power! It was injured. As Wang Ye moved, he noticed that something was wrong with the fiend-level bison. There was a heart-wrenching wound on the right side of its body, as if it had been pierced by a spear. As blood oozed out, the wound and pain affected its movements. Attack its weakness. Wang Ye displayed his agility advantage. Although the impact from the fiend-level bison made him feel as if his body was about to fall apart, the defensive effect of the limit break skill was indeed great. His injuries were not serious. From round to square, the perfection-level basic saber techniques changed moves, and the red sun blade slashed across the fiend-level bison's bloody wound, making it even more violent. Wang Ye took advantage of the situation and pulled his blade, opening the wound. Then, he retreated with a backhand blade and defended with the comprehensive saber technique again. The fiend-level bison was furious. Its body lost its balance and it tried to run away. It wanted to run after ramming into him and making him bleed? How could there be such a good thing? Wang Ye rushed forward and used the red sun saber technique. Starting stance, rising sun. The speed of this move was extremely fast as it chased after the fiend-level bison's ass. The essence in Wang Ye's body condensed, and it was as if there was a sun in his body that was emitting heat, burning the red sun saber. Chi! With one slash, both of his hands went numb, but at the same time, the red sun saber sent the fiend-level bison to the ground. The heart-wrenching wound on the bison was already a bloody mess, deep enough to see the bones. Chi, chi, chi. Wang Ye didn't give the fiend-level bison a chance to stand up again. He slashed with his red sun saber again and again, like a butcher cutting a cow. After a dozen slashes, the fiend-level bison with strong vitality was finally killed. Killed level 1 bison. Potential points, 3.85.3. Chapter 21. I don't want to rest even for a moment. Huff, huff. Wang Ye panted heavily, and he couldn't feel his hands. It was too hard. No wonder the instructor said that fiend-level monsters of the same level had bodies that could crush human evolvers. If it wasn't injured, it wouldn't be easy to take it down. But it was worth it. 1.5 potential points. Wang Ye looked at his interface. Not only did he gain experience from fighting a fiend-level monster, but he also earned 1.5 potential points. In addition, there was a bonus for the recovery of fiend-level monsters, something the collection department of the Gene Park was in charge of. If he were to do it himself, he wouldn't be able to carry a bison that weighed a few thousand pounds. He could at most carry a girl who weighed a few hundred pounds. A figure suddenly appeared in the distance and sped over. Wang Ye turned his left hand to the side without changing his expression. He pressed the signal button on his watch and inserted a mark. The watch would send signals and images to the collection department and inform them to come and collect the corpse. They would then send collectors to collect the corpse, calculate the price, and transfer the money to his digital currency account. I'm sorry, brother. I don't have enough battle experience, so I accidentally let it escape just now. The newcomer was a handsome young man who was only slightly inferior to him in terms of looks. He was wearing a silver streamlined battle suit and holding a silver spear. It was not a common item in the equipment warehouse. He was exuding a very specific aura. I'm very rich. Come and benefit from me. See for yourself. Wang Ye's hands drooped as if he had been exhausted after a fierce battle. He recognized who this young man was. It was the dream lover of the female students, the handsome and rich son of heaven, Huang Zirwei from Elite Class 1. This is the laboratory's newly developed healing potion, HF3. It is suitable for the treatment of beginner-rank evolvers. Huang Zirwei opened his waist pouch and took out one of the tubes from a row of tubes. He handed it to Wang Ye. You brought so many potions? Wang Ye glanced at it. It's better to be prepared. The rest are not important, but for us newbies, healing potions and antidotes are essential, Huang Zirwei said with a smile. Why didn't anyone tell him that? This unreliable teacher. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. I might have been poisoned. Wang Ye touched his forehead. Huang Zirwei looked at the fiend-level bison lying on the ground and did not know what to say. What kind of poison would a bison have? Try poison? This is JD6, an all-purpose antidote. It can relieve most toxins. It's not targeted, but it can often save lives in the wild. Huang Zirwei took out a small bottle of potion and handed it over. Wang Ye took it. All right, I'll take it when I get back. I don't have an appetite now. Huang Zirwei smiled. I'm about to head back to camp. Do you want me to give you a ride? Sure. A well-equipped, top-notch off-road vehicle was speeding away. Tycoons were inhumane. Wang Ye was used to seeing luxury cars in his previous life, so he didn't feel too emotional. However, wasn't it a little too much to have an evolver chauffeur pick them up and a full-time doctor in the car? Oh, his doctor was prettier though. You must be Wang Ye from Class 23. Huang Zirwei suddenly said. Wang Ye glanced at him. Huang Zirwei smiled. I know all the students in the elite classes, especially at this stage. Those who can kill low-grade fiend-level monsters alone are all very strong. Thanks to you, it's injured, Wang Ye said. Huang Zirwei shook his head. An injured and enraged fiend-level bison is harder to deal with than a normal low-grade fiend-level beast. Even I don't have the confidence to kill it easily. Wang Ye could feel the humility of a top student. However, the other party was quite easy to get along with and very generous. He chatted with Huang Zirwei for a while and added him as a friend. When they reached the camp, they parted ways. Zirwei, your classmate is not bad. His mannerisms, strength, and all other aspects are outstanding among his peers. The evolver driver turned around and said, I know. Huang Zirwei looked at Wang Ye's back as he left. So, I'm becoming friends with him first. Asterisk. Asterisk. The evolver's apartment was located between the camp and the base city, ensuring that the evolvers would be able to fight at the first moment when the monsters attacked the city, protecting the base city and the ordinary people. Every evolver would be assigned a dormitory that was very similar to a single apartment. The 50-square-meter suite was clean and tidy. The furniture was exquisite and simple, and the daily essentials were well-equipped. The most attractive thing was the cultivation room that took up almost half the size of the apartment and the floor-to-ceiling window facing south. Wang Ye. As soon as Xu Mengyu entered the door, she saw the injured Wang Ye. She was so nervous that she ran over with her medical kit. She pursed her lips and immediately treated him. "It's fine. It's just a superficial wound." Wang Ye eased the atmosphere. "Don't talk to me." Xu Mengyu's eyes reddened. "Oh right, Mengyu, what are the healing potion HF3 and the all-purpose antidote JD6? Why can't I find them?" Wang Ye had searched the Evolution Camp's intranet, but there was no information. They are products controlled by the Gene Park's laboratory, so of course you can't find them. "How did you know about them?" Xu Mengyu asked after giving Wang a shot. "A friend gave them to me." Wang Ye opened the bag on the table and took out 2 tubes of potions. Xu Mengyu opened the potion and fanned it with her hand, then sniffed it. "They're authentic, and they're all the latest products. Your friend is really generous, giving away potions worth tens of thousands just like that." Tens of thousands? Wang Ye was stunned. If he had known earlier, he would have asked for more. Xu Mengyu nodded lightly. "After the rookie trial, your identity information will be registered in the Huaxia Evolver Management Center. At that time, you can enter the Evolver market to buy it. For example, Healing Potion HF1 for beginner rank Evolvers is priced at 10,000 yuan. What about the HF3? Wang Ye asked. Xu Mengyu shook her head. The price of HF2 is 15,000. HF3 is not available yet. It seems that he's not just rich. Wang Ye had a deeper understanding of Huang Zirwei. Most of the time, people's understanding of rich kids was biased. In his previous life, he had come into contact with all kinds of rich kids. They often had extremely high knowledge and accomplishments, as well as upper-class connections and insights, and they were very good at using their family's advantages. It was already a thing of the past that family wealth could only continue for 3 generations. "Fortunately, you didn't hurt my bones." After Xu Mengyu finished checking her body, her pretty face relaxed a little. She packed up the medical kit and said, "It's best for you to rest for 2 days. Can't you at least rest for a day?" "No, I don't want to rest for a moment." Wang Ye refused sternly and immediately started moving. Half an hour later, the sound of water splashing in the bathroom was heard as Wang Ye entered the cultivation room. It was all the fault of the Red Sun evolution technique. The side effects were too great. It caused his essence energy to be too exuberant. The pure white cultivation room was isolated from the outside world. It was very suitable for cultivation. Red Sun Saber Technique. Wang Ye practiced it. His current attack power was far from enough to deal with fiend-level monsters. He won today because the fiend-level bison was injured, and because his limit break skill comprehensive saber technique was really strong. It was excellent in both attack and defense. There was no problem with the Red Sun Saber technique. It was just that his degree of mastery was not enough. Level up. Wang Ye was decisive. 5 potential points were added to the basic Red Sun Saber technique. In the space of consciousness, he practiced the saber technique over and over again, especially the first move, Rising Sunday. He practiced it over 100,000 times until he completely mastered it. His consciousness returned to reality, and he abruptly started moving the Red Sun Saber. His movements were faster and his power was stronger. His attack power had increased by more than 50%. The basic Red Sun Saber technique had now reached the practiced level. Chapter 22. The side effects act up again. 2051, January 1st. The new batch of students entered the evolution camp full of anticipation and began 6 months of training. As usual, Wang Ye headed to the encampment number 3. There were 3 days before the rookie trial. Today, he could already see many newcomers in encampment number 3. At this point, the students of the ordinary classes were basically familiar with the connection to Moonweb and the beginner-level advanced evolution techniques. He didn't see Yu Haitao but bumped into Huang Zirwei instead. Although Wang Ye had added him as a friend, he never took the initiative to contact him. There was no need to deliberately maintain a relationship. Do you want to go to Nanhu Park? Huang Ziwei's eyes were filled with excitement. No thanks, Wang Ye declined. Nanhu Park was located on the west side of encampment number 3. It was a large park built by the lake and was named after its bottle-like shape. There were a large number of fiend-level monsters in the park. It was the most suitable place for evolvers to hunt and train near encampment number 3. All right then. Huang Ziwei didn't show any displeasure at being rejected. He said goodbye and left. However, Wang Ye could still hear the disappointment in his voice. Perhaps in the latter's opinion, his strength was enough to fight a fiend-level monster. Being overly cautious would cause one's strength to stagnate. However, efficiency and risk coexisted. I didn't encounter any fiend-level monsters yesterday, yet I still got 5.1 potential points. It's enough. Wang Ye continued to hunt in the north. Although he could quickly gain 5 potential points by going to Nanhu Park, he would also have to leave quickly. With his current situation, there was no need for him to take such a big risk, especially since the rookie trial was coming. At night, after having a deep interaction with Dr. Shu in the Evolver apartment, Wang Ye locked himself in the cultivation room. Do you wish to spend 10 potential points to upgrade the basic Red Sun evolution technique? Yes. His potential points decreased from 10.8 to 0.8. Following this, he entered the space of consciousness and felt the improvement of the Red Sun evolution technique. It was like the surging sun, and his body was filled with a fiery aura. As the level of the Red Sun evolution technique increased, the genetic cells in his body also changed. His muscles were more refined, his skin was more resilient, and even his legs grew a centimeter longer. The most obvious change came from his essence. It was vast and mighty, and his body seemed to be filled with energy as if it was a perpetual motion machine. Pre-genetic warrior, level 1 genetic warrior. His body had exceeded the critical point. Every time the level of the Red Sun evolution technique increased, it would cause the body to transform. The higher the level, the greater the transformation. After the evolution, Wang Ye was refreshed. With a thought, the interface appeared. 6. Wang Ye. Life level. Beginner planet sub-level life. Cultivation system. Level 1 genetic warrior. 16%. Awakened ability user. Cultivation technique. Basic Red Sun evolution technique. Proficient. Life evolution technique. Perfect. Battle technique. Basic Red Sun saber technique. Practiced. 9 forms of the basic saber techniques. Limit break skill. Comprehensive saber technique. Potential points. 0.8. The physical threshold of a level 1 genetic warrior is 250, while the threshold of a level 2 genetic warrior is 500. 16%, which means my current physical fitness is around 290. From the practice level of the basic Red Sun evolution technique to the proficient level, the increase in physical fitness is around 50. Wang Ye was already close to the critical point. The breakthrough of the Red Sun evolution technique allowed him to become a level 1 genetic warrior. This is troublesome. The side effects are acting up again. The door to the cultivation room opened. Ah! Soon the bed started to creak again. Asterisk. Asterisk. The next day, in the wilderness, Wang Ye killed an ugly monster with decisive strikes. Mutated beast killed. Potential points. 0.80.85. What the hell? Why had the potential points he earned been halved? Wang Ye was a little puzzled. Could it be that the mutated beast had cut corners and its mutation was not complete? Soon, after killing the second mutated beast, Wang Ye was certain that the potential points for killing mutated beasts had indeed decreased from 0.1 to 0.05. It should be due to the advancement from a pre-genetic warrior to a level 1 genetic warrior. Wang Ye quickly understood. As his strength increased, he should go hunt stronger fiend-level monsters now. However, it was too dangerous to go to Nanhu Park all of a sudden. I'll go further north. Wang Ye made his decision. Coincidentally, with the increase in the number of newcomers, the number of monsters was somewhat insufficient for the demand in his current hunting grounds. Compared to Nanhu Park, which was densely populated with fiend-level monsters, the northern suburbs were much sparser. There would be more lone monsters, which was more suitable for him now. 2 hours later. Killed level 1 dog monster. Potential points 1.352.35. His first fiend level monster. It was different from his previous fight with the fiend level bison. The monsters were both at level 1, but this fiend level dog monster was slightly weaker. Their strengths were different. The fiend level bison was strong and durable, so it was difficult to deal with. The dog monster was agile and full of essence, which just so happened to be Wang Ye's strengths as well. That being said, his victory was mostly because his strength had improved significantly compared to 3 days ago. Another hour passed. Potential points 2.7, 3.7. It's confirmed then. The potential point for killing a low-level fiend-level monster is 1 point. The first bison gave me 1.5 points, most likely a reward for killing a higher-level monster. Wang Ye roughly understood the pattern. His potential points would be halved if he killed monsters of a lower level, standard if he killed monsters of the same level, and increased by 50% if he killed monsters of a higher level. Asterisk. Asterisk. The night of January 3rd was a time all the rookies had trouble sleeping. Tomorrow would be the rookie trial that everyone was looking at. After passing the rookie trial, they would become true evolvers. Even if they took on a civilian post or became an ordinary collector in the gene park, their status would be different from before. If they couldn't pass the rookie trial, what awaited them would be death. Hello? Big brother. Yu Haitao was sitting in front of his desk, video calling. I got it. The flowing light combat suit fits very well. It's simply amazing. Let me tell you a piece of good news, big brother. I've cultivated the basic armor barbarian evolution technique to the practiced level. I've reached the practiced level in 7 days. Even the teacher praised me as a genius, comparable to the elite classes students. I know. I've been taking the vitality medicine and nutrient solutions on time. I just tested my body yesterday, and my score is 255. I'm already a true genetic warrior now. Aren't I awesome? Wait for my good news tomorrow, big brother. After ending the video call, Yu Haitao clenched his fists. He was full of confidence for tomorrow's rookie trial. Not only would he pass the trial with excellent results, but he would also take this good opportunity to pull out the thorn in his side. Wang Ye. 47% evolution rate. Body score 151. Yu Haitao checked Wang Ye's information and sneered. If one knew oneself and one's enemy, one will never be defeated. In just 7 days, even Wang Ye relied on his extreme talent to cultivate the advanced evolution technique to the practice level. His physical fitness would at most be 200. As far as he knew, Wang Ye had still been in the hospital 3 days ago. Then, he had gone to encampment number 3 every day. Stupid. The most important thing for a newbie was not to increase their battle experience with fiend-level monsters, but to become a true genetic warrior first. He's still wearing the Evolution Camp's rookie combat suit. I crush him in all aspects, including physical strength, equipment, and swordsmanship. What do you have to fight me? Tomorrow will be the day you die. However, I still have to be careful. What if this brat is hiding some trump card? Yu Haitao was still quite apprehensive. After all, Wang Ye had left a huge psychological trauma on him during the graduation exam. Evolver Apartment, Room 714. In the cultivation room. Do you wish to spend 10 potential points to upgrade the basic Red Sun Saber technique? Yes. Wang Ye carefully savored the improvement of his saber technique. He fully comprehended the second move, Dawn Blade. Purely in terms of offensive power, this move was probably the strongest of the 3 moves. If he met a fiend-level bison again, he was confident he could take it down in 3 slashes now. His efficiency in hunting had increased over the past 2 days. After breaking through and becoming a level 1 genetic warrior, his combat strength had increased. He could now hunt fiend-level monsters alone, and the chances of him being injured were much lower. On average, he could gain 6 potential points every day. When the rookie trial ended, it would almost be time to go to Nanhu Park. However, he had to remove the thorn in his side first. Yu Haitao is probably thinking about how to deal with me. Wang Ye brandished his Red Sun Saber. He now had a thorough grasp of the saber technique. Tomorrow, He would avenge the original owner of this body and settle old grudges. Chapter 23. Rookie Trial begins. January 4th, 7 a.m. An off-road vehicle with the logo of the West Camp sped past, heading south of Encampment 3. To the south was an abandoned village that was under the control of the Base Defense Division. It was used as the grounds to hold the rookie trial for every batch of students in the West Camp. There were no rivers or lakes nearby, and the monsters in the area would be cleared every half a month, so there were not many fiend-level monsters. Most of them were low-level fiend-level monsters. TSK-. The tires scraped the ground and the off-road vehicles stopped. The rookies of Batch 101 got off the vehicle one after another. They looked at the huge area surrounded by 2-meter-high wooden planks and felt inexplicably flustered. Through the height of the wooden planks, one could see some high-rise buildings and the undulating mountains in the middle. The largest mountain was called Bone-Burying Mountain. The bones of countless rookies were buried there due to the large number of low-level fiend-level monsters. Everyone assembled. It was a black mass. Nearly half of the rookies came from the 3 elite classes. The only requirement for the rookie trial is to survive. Head instructor Lee's gaze swept across the crowd. The 3 major organizations will level you according to your performance in the trial. You will be selected based on your merits. As your rookie benefit, you will receive an additional 100% of the rewards from killing fiend-level monsters. In addition, the top 10 and top 100 students will receive additional rewards. The top 3 will receive special rewards. The first place will receive a set of personal equipment tailored by the laboratory of the Gene Park. The second place will receive a weapon of choice from the Evolver market that is worth less than 1,000,000 yuan. The third place will receive 300,000 in cash. The rookies were in an uproar. The tense atmosphere was instantly diluted. Oh! Wang Ye's eyes lit up. What a generous reward! He especially liked the reward for third place. It was simple and unadorned. Batch 101 has 401 rookies. Head instructor Lee's voice fell into the ears of every rookie. I hope to see all of you come back alive after 24 hours. The rookie trial begins. With head instructor Lee's order, the rookies rushed out. Among them, a beautiful figure was the most eye-catching. Different from the rookie combat suits worn by ordinary students, she was wearing a sleek and smooth technological suit. Her butt was perky, and a crossbow and dagger were hanging at her small waist. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail. The only ability user in Batch 101, Yu Shuei-chin. Judging from the curve of her hips and waist, it's a pity. Wang Ye followed at the back of the crowd at a moderate pace. With his professional judgment, this was a multiple-choice question with an answer that was not C. Brother Yi, shall we go together? Lu Yong came over and whispered. You're so tall. It's more dangerous to be with you than to be alone. Wang Ye complained in his heart but said sure immediately. There were actually only 2 choices in the rookie trial. One could either form teams with others and aim for survival, or kill monsters to earn points. The students of the ordinary classes usually chose the first option. It was fine as long as they survived. As for the ranking and their future positions, that was up to fate. In contrast, most of the students from the elite classes would take the initiative to attack. They would hunt fiend-level monsters until they were injured. After all, the rankings were related to the recruitment and rewards of the 3 major institutions. Furthermore, the 100% rookie benefits were very practical. As for trying to get into the top 3, that was something that only super geniuses like Huang Zirwei and Yu Shuei-chin, who were at the top of the elite classes, were qualified to do. If Wang Yi were to be asked if he had any confidence to enter the top 3, he would say yes, although it would be very difficult. Take Huang Zirwei for example. Never mind him being well-equipped with various equipment and potions, but he had obtained a physical fitness score of 161 in the graduation exam alone. On top of that, his publicly announced physical evolution rate was 148%, which meant that his physical fitness had already reached 399 after his genetic evolution. Plus, he had most probably reached the practiced level for his advanced evolution technique. With the addition of these 7 days of training, he was probably just 1 step away from becoming a level 2 genetic warrior. On the other hand, Yu Shuiqin was someone who had awakened as an ability user while only a beginner rank evolver, which also made her 1 in 10,000. There was indeed a chance for Wang Ye to get third place, but now was not the time. Let's go. Wang Ye noticed Yu Haitao leaving from the corner of his eye. The reason why he was working with Lu Yong was not because the latter was tall and would attract the attention of fiend-level monsters. Instead, he wanted to numb Yu Haitao. The latter was very careful. He would surely be suspicious if he acted alone. If the other party realized that he had the intention of chasing after him, he would probably run far away, or even form an alliance with the other students to be safe. The best way to deal with the other party was to invite him into the trap. High-end hunters often disguise themselves as prey. Moving out with Lu Yong? Huh? Quite clever. Yu Haitao sneered and let go of his worries. He had been worried that Wang Ye had some trump card up his sleeve and would backstab him. But it seemed that the latter's evolution had indeed failed. If Wang Ye had the strength of a level 1 genetic warrior, he wouldn't have to ally with trash like Lu Yong and drag down his ranking. Did he just want to live? Stop dreaming. Asterisk. On a small path in the fields, Lu Yong looked around nervously, seeming like a tall, frightened rabbit. Brother Yi, why don't we find a place to hide? Lu Yong suggested. Where? Wang Ye asked. A bigger house? Lu Yong looked around. So that it will be easier for us to be ambushed? Wang Ye said, if you want to hide, the best way is to lean against a wooden wall. That way you can see your surroundings and it won't be easy to be ambushed. Also, there are base defense personnel outside, so it's easy to ask for help. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Lu Yong exclaimed. Wang Ye glanced at him. You'll probably end up in a civilian position. This? Lu Yong was troubled. Let's go. We'll take a walk around first. If it really doesn't work out, we can still hide. Wang Ye's gaze landed in the distance. There were already figures and sounds of battle on a few small mountains. The students who were aiming for higher rankings had a clear goal. Go up the mountains. The mountains were definitely the places with the most fiend-level monsters, but now was definitely the most dangerous time. 24 hours was a long time. How many students could battle for 24 hours straight? During the day and night, the degree of danger was completely different. In the second half of the rookie trial, when night fell and the students were exhausted with weakened combat strength, that would be the time for the true test and when the final ranking would be determined. Chi! Wang Ye killed mutated monsters with a single slash each in the yard of a farmhouse. Behind him, Lu Yong was dumbfounded. Was this the Wang Ye he knew? Very dense. Wang Ye saw that his potential points had increased by 0.25 points. He went straight to the balcony on the second floor and killed another monster on the stone stairs. The interval between each batch of the West Camp was half a month, so this area had not been cleared for half a month. Naturally, there were many mutated monsters. After killing all monsters in the large farmhouse, his potential points increased by 0.45, equivalent to half a fiend-level monster. Wang Ye didn't stop and headed to the second abandoned farmhouse. Behind him, Lu Yong was nervous and flustered. An hour later, Wang Ye's potential points had increased from 2.3 to 5.3. This was a figure he would usually obtain from hunting in the wild for half a day. I'm going to take off. Wang Ye was ecstatic. Although killing mutated monsters would not increase his ranking, there were many of them and no one would fight with him. After going from house to house for 2.5 hours, his potential points broke through 10 points. In the afternoon, the rookie trial had now been ongoing for 6 hours and 45 minutes. Potential points: 19.9520. Wang Ye stood in an empty courtyard. Beside him was a rusty 3-wheeled electric bike and several ugly mutated monsters lying in a pool of blood. He opened his interface. Whoosh! Wang Ye's consciousness landed on the plus. In the space of consciousness, he practiced the red sun evolution technique over and over again. From the proficient level, he started comprehending the technique, cultivating at a speed that was thousands of times faster than normal in an instant. Then Wang Ye opened his eyes and his body trembled. The cells in his body underwent rapid changes, his essence skyrocketed, and his muscles became more refined and powerful. At the same time, his sixth senses had also improved. His vision had become clearer and his sense of smell more sensitive. The chaos in the space of consciousness seemed to have opened up a little. Basic red sun evolution technique. Proficient mastery. Wang Ye looked at the interface. His progress of becoming a level 2 genetic warrior had jumped from 28% to 56%. It had increased by a full 28%, which was about 70 points of physical strength. With this, his physical fitness score was close to 400. In terms of physical fitness alone, he could be considered the best among the 401 rookies, and this was just the beginning. Chapter 24. It's all fake. This guy is still with Lu Yong. Yu Haitao had spies all over Class 23 and knew exactly what Wang Ye was doing. It doesn't seem like a conspiracy. After nearly 7 hours of patient waiting, Yu Haitao was even more certain. What was the use of killing mutated monsters in the village? No matter how many Wang Ye killed, it would not be able to compare to killing a fiend-level monster. Yu Haitao was very clear about the ranking rules of the rookie trial. I'll act when it's dark. Yu Haitao had a plan. This was not encampment number 3. Once it was dark, only the faint light of the moon would be left. In addition, after dark, a large number of fiend-level monsters would appear. It would surely be chaotic. It would be the best time to make a move at that time. Was Wang Ye still with Lu Yong? Then he would kill both of them. On the second-floor balcony of a building in the village, Wang Ye sat with his saber in his hand and calmly looked into the distance. Beside him was Lu Yong, who was looking around nervously, afraid that mutated monsters would suddenly appear. Compared to his initial uneasiness, Lu Yong was now much more relieved. Wang Ye was super awesome. He had managed to stick to a powerful person. Although Wang Ye's evolution didn't seem to be going smoothly, he was still quite strong. With an S-grade combat assessment score, even if Wang Ye's body was not that strong, killing ordinary mutated monsters should not be a problem. During the day, Wang Ye had killed countless mutated monsters. In any case, he had killed almost all the mutated monsters in the village. As long as they didn't run into fiend-level monsters, they would be safe. Brother Yi, are we going to sit here until the end of the trial? Lu Yong asked cautiously. You wish? Wang Ye laughed and said, I'm afraid that fiend-level monsters won't let us do that. Ha! Lu Yong became nervous. It's almost time. Wang Ye looked at his watch and stood up. After resting for 2 hours, he had recovered to his peak condition, which was enough to deal with the fierce battle that was about to happen at night. He hadn't gotten a single point for the ranking in the rookie trial. He was not worried, because he had gained a total of 20+ potential points. He didn't want to fight for the rankings because it would affect his plan to kill Yu Haitao. He would only try to fight for the ranking after he completed his plan and had the ability to ensure his own safety. Let's split up here, Wang Ye said to the dazed Lu Yong. It's not dark yet, so go find a wooden wall and hide. The village will be very dangerous at night. I might not be able to take care of you. I am also very good at fighting. Lu Yong sounded quite diffident. If you don't care about your ranking, based on your performance during the day, at least you won't be assigned to a civilian position. Wang Ye looked at Lu Yong and said, You'll probably be able to become a collector in the base city's gene park. With that, your status and treatment in the base city won't be too bad. It's enough for you to live a carefree and stable life. Lu Yong's character and upper limit were clear at a glance. Or are you really good at fighting? Wang Ye blinked. I'm really good at fighting. Fighting to see the bigger picture and live steadily. Lu Yong laughed awkwardly and quickly cowered. Then I'm really leaving? Go ahead. Be careful, Brother Yi. As his voice echoed, Lu Yong's figure had already disappeared from the second-floor balcony. Wang Ye stretched his body and waved his saber. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The real battle was coming. Asterisk. Asterisk. It was dark. Battles began to erupt. Fierce battles took place on the mountain ranges. The students who had just experienced a daytime full of battles were shocked to find that fiend-level monsters were appearing all over the mountains and plains. Wang Ye shuttled through the night. He knew that he was being watched, but he wasn't sure if it was Yu Haitao or his spy. There was no hurry. He was the prey now. He only needed to play his role as the prey well. Wang Ye quickly entered a dilapidated farmhouse and jumped out from the other side of the wall. Brother Tao, he's gone. He seems to have noticed me. Got it. Send me the location. Yu Haitao turned off the communicator. A map location appeared on his field watch and he quickly rushed over. Don't even think about running. After waiting for nearly 12 hours, Yu Haitao could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. Now was the best opportunity. Was the person following him gone? Wang Ye was also puzzled. The other party's tracking technique was really bad. Hadn't he seen a movie before? Could it be that he had to go back and wander around again? That would be a little too deliberate. I'll go find a few mutated monsters and use the sound of battle to attract them over. Wang Ye quickly came up with an idea. Yu Haitao, who was looking for Wang Ye everywhere, was burning with anxiety. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of battle. His eyes lit up and he jumped onto the wall. Looking into the distance, Yu Haitao was overjoyed. He quickly advanced along the top of the wall, holding the rainbow sword tightly and bursting with killing intent. He found his target. No matter how careful Wang Ye was, it was useless. This was a trial ground, and there were monsters everywhere. As long as there was a battle, there would definitely be a commotion. He couldn't escape. Yu Haitao continued to accelerate. The familiar and hateful figure appeared in the distance, fighting with mutated monsters. Yu Haitao slowed down and silently moved behind Wang Ye. Although he believed that he was far stronger than Wang Ye, he didn't mind if he could do his deed in a simpler way. Normal knife skills. Watching Wang Ye attack the mutated monster, Yu Haitao slowly hid behind the stone wall. He was prepared to give the other party a fatal blow the moment he killed the mutated monster, which was when the other party's body and mind would be at their most relaxed. Suddenly, Wang Ye's slash missed. Yu Haitao was speechless. The mutated monster didn't seem to have expected this and couldn't stop its pounce. Wang Ye swung his blade at the mutated monster's side. The mutated monster roared and crashed into the stone wall where Yu Haitao was hiding. *CK. Yu Haitao couldn't help but curse as he hurriedly retreated. The mutated monster's strong body directly crashed into the stone wall, and then Wang Ye swung his saber again. Did he miss again? No. Wang Ye went straight for Yu Haitao. Yu Haitao, who was in a sorry state, tried his best to block with his sword. He felt an unusually heavy explosive force on his wrist, as if 1,000 kilograms of something was pressing down on him. His entire arm instantly went numb. His legs couldn't hold on any longer, and his already imbalanced body was immediately thrown back heavily by the slash. Wang Ye had done it on purpose. He noticed him hiding there. A few thoughts flashed through Yu Haitao's mind, and his expression turned ugly. But there was no time to hesitate. Wang Ye appeared in front of him again. The red sun saber in his hand seemed to be burning with fire as it slashed down. Yu Haitao had just stood up and tried his best to block with his sword, but the terrifying power reappeared. He was completely unable to defend against it, and the saber slashed him so hard that he almost lost his grip on his sword. His body fell heavily to the ground again. Basic skills. This was the ordinary saber technique that Yu Haitao looked down on. Chi. The saber light was like lightning, mercilessly landing on Yu Haitao's legs. Despite the protection of the flowing light combat suit, which was extremely soft and resistant to cuts, it could not completely block the impact. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. No! Yu Haitao's heart-wrenching voice echoed. He looked at Wang Ye as if he was looking at a demon in the dark night. How could he not know what was happening? He cultivated the armor barbarian evolution technique, which focused on strength, and he had already reached the practiced level. Yet Wang Ye's power crushed him. Fake. It was all fake. Wang Ye's alliance with Lu Yong was fake. His body's evolution rate was also fake. He definitely had the physical strength of a level 1 genetic warrior. No, he was even stronger. He was too terrifying. Yu Haitao's face turned pale as he felt only fear and regret. Let me go. Let me. Yu Haitao's body trembled as his pupils widened. What greeted him was an ice-cold saber light that mercilessly landed on his fragile neck. Crack. Yu Haitao's neck was severed upon coming into contact with the blade, and his body fell into a pool of blood. He died tragically on the spot. Chapter 25. Let a rookie like him stir up the situation. Whoosh! After killing Yu Haitao, Wang Ye left immediately. He knew that Yu Haitao might have some good stuff on him, such as potions. He could tell from the special combat suit. The red sun saber couldn't even sever his legs. Unfortunately, good equipment alone could not make up for the difference in strength. As for destroying the evidence, beside Yu Haitao was a hungry, mutated monster. I hope everything goes smoothly. Wang Ye knew that killing Yu Haitao might bring him trouble, but he had no choice. The apocalyptic world was cruel. Either one died or the other. If he didn't kill Yu Haitao today, he might be the one to die tomorrow. It was taboo to be soft-hearted. The rookie trial with a 27% mortality rate was the best opportunity to strike. Still, he could not place his hopes on fate and luck. Only when one was strong could one face any danger with ease. It was time to go up the mountains. The rookie trial had not ended yet. Let a rookie like him stir up trouble. Asterisk. West Camp, Data Research Center. Oh. Department Head Huang, what brings you here? Chief Instructor Sun, who was looking at the trial rankings, could not help but smile when he saw the person who had come. You already know. I'm here to take a look at the future talents of our division. Of course. Department Head Huang chuckled. The two of them shook hands politely. One was the chief instructor of the West Camp, and the other was the department head of the Base Defense Division. Their positions were equal. Zirwei is performing very well and is currently in first place. Chief Instructor Sun smiled. Huang Zirwei was department head Huang's nephew, something he already knew about when the student entered the camp. Eighth. Department head Huang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the rankings. Chief Instructor Sun looked over and saw the name Yu Shuiqin in 8th place. Department Head Huang, do you know Yu Shuiqin? Chief Instructor Sun was slightly surprised. She's the daughter of an old friend. Department Head Huang chuckled. I see. Chief Instructor Sun did not continue asking. It seemed that Yu Shuiqin's family background was not as simple as it was written in the register. It made sense though. How could a student who could awaken as an ability user right after evolving be an ordinary person? It's still early, Chief Instructor Sun said with a smile. The rankings of every rookie trial often change suddenly in the second half. Yu Shuiqin might be holding back her strength and waiting for the night to come. Department Head Huang smiled and nodded. On the hill, a blade light streaked across the night sky, and a 5-meter-long step rat snake monster's head was cut off. Huff! The vicious snake monster's head bit at Wang Ye. Almost instinctively, Wang Ye used the limit break skill comprehensive saber technique to block the attack. The defense turned into offense and the head of the fiend-level snake monster was shattered. Level 1 snake monster killed. Potential points, 5.56.5. That was close. Wang Ye waved his hand. One really couldn't afford to be careless when dealing with a fiend-level monster. Wang Ye aimed his watch at the step rat snake monster's corpse and marked it, sending its information to the collectors. Then, he continued to carefully explore his surroundings. Different from the village environment, the number of monsters on the mountain was sparse. The mutated beasts seemed to have been all eaten up by the fiend-level monsters. In this place, as long as one bumped into a monster, it would be a fiend-level monster. He was still halfway up the mountain and had already encountered 3 fiend-level monsters. At this speed, his potential points would probably be maxed out before he reached the peak. Beep! His watch vibrated. Wang Ye was surprised and couldn't help but laugh. Rank, 99. To think the camp even showed their real-time ranking. Were they trying to make the chaos even more chaotic? I didn't receive the notification before. It seems that one has to first enter the top 100. Wang Ye had a rough idea of the rookie trial's objective. From the environment of the training ground, one could see clues. The villages had basically mutated monsters only, while the mountains were filled with fiend-level monsters. Selection. Not only was the rookie trial screening out elite evolvers who could fight, but also the batch with the strongest fighting spirit. To think I have entered the top 100 by just killing 3 fiend-level monsters. The elite class students aren't very good. Huh. Wang Ye continued his search. Compared to during the day, the density of fiend-level monsters was much lower, and the number of students was also much lower. Now was the best time to hunt. 2000 hours, ranked 81st. 2100 hours, ranked 63rd. 2200 hours, ranked 47th. He had entered the top 50. Wang Ye looked at his watch. The evolution camp reported the rankings on the hour so that the top 100 rookies could roughly gauge their rankings. The real-time ranking was indeed quite psychologically pressuring. Wang Ye continued hunting. 20 minutes later. Level 1 lizard monster killed. Potential points 19.820.8. Wang Ye opened his interface, and his consciousness fell on the plus without hesitation. In the space of consciousness, he trained his basic red sun saber technique over and over again. The third move, Myriad Light, had astonishing speed and extraordinary explosive power. He practiced it thousands of times faster than in reality, and time passed quickly until he completely mastered it. Basic red sun saber technique, mastery. Howl. In the night sky, a huge fiend-level black-eared eagle monster was flying like a glider. His pitch-black pupils emitted intense killing intent. The wings that were spread out were like 2 indestructible sharp blades that wanted to cut Wang Ye into pieces. Boom! Head-on confrontation. The red sun saber was brandished at high speed. Myriad Light was full of explosive power. Not only did it block the black-eared eagle monster's attack, but it also tore through its scales. Wang Ye suppressed the tightness in his chest and the numbness in his hands, then abruptly stepped forward to strike the black-eared eagle monster to the ground. Another stab. With that, the fiend-level black-eared eagle monster, which was 4 meters long and had the ability to fly at extreme speeds, was cut down by the saber. I've become stronger. Wang Ye could feel the change in his strength. His combat power had increased by at least 20%. This was especially so for his ability to fight head-on. Even though strength was not his forte, the master-level red sun saber technique was enough to make up for his lack of offensive power. Complemented by the master-level red sun evolution technique, his current combat strength was already at the top among the rookies. It's time to charge into the top 10, or even the top 5. Wang Ye dashed down the mountain. His next destination was the most difficult and dangerous mountain in the rookie trial bone-burying mountain. The Mountain of Trials, where the bones of countless West Camp rookies were buried. The place had the largest number of fiend-level monsters in the trial ground, as well as the most rookies who came to compete for the rankings. Something is wrong. Huang Zhiwei held his silver spear. His shrewd eyes swept across the blackened corpses and corroded ground on bone-burying mountain. He sniffed and frowned slightly. A very violent poison. A medium-grade fiend-level monster. Huang Zhiwei shook his head. That's not right. If a fiend-level monster with poison becomes stronger, only its poison will increase. Unless it's a nightmare-level monster. But it's impossible for such a monster to appear. Could it be an awakening-type fiend-level monster? There's no need to take the risk. Beep. Huang Zhiwei looked at his watch. 4 a.m. Ranked first. There were only 3 hours left until the end of the rookie trial. It's almost time. I have a huge advantage and Wang Jun can't catch up. In the remaining time, I'll just sweep through the nearby mountains. 4th place. There's still hope. Yu Shuiqin had been preserving her strength in the first half of the battle. Unlike genetic warriors who had powerful bodies and recovery abilities, ability users had limited abilities. If they used up all their abilities, they would need time to recover. Therefore, she had been using her strength as a genetic warrior to fight against the fiend-level monsters previously. Compared to her strength as an ability user, she was much weaker as a genetic warrior. The sound of the grass rustling in the distance could not escape an ability user's powerful perception. Yu Shuiqin raised the crossbow gun in her hand and aimed. There were no arrows. Suddenly, the bowstring was tightened, and an energy arrow condensed from her ability appeared. With a swoosh, it shot out rapidly. Bang! The ability arrow headshot the fiend-level monster, instantly killing it. Dad, I will prove to you that the release type ability is the strongest among all ability users, and not the elemental type,